these enriching days have passed. Each session, each discussion, and each practical experience has added a new dimension to our understanding and learning. Before we move ahead with today's schedule, let's take a quick look back at what we explored yesterday. Our first lecture focused on vending machine foods, evaluation of nutritional composition, where we learned how convenience foods are assessed for their nutritional quality and how they can impact our dietary habits. The second lecture, titled Factors That Most Influence the Choice for Fast Food in Higher Education Students, helped us understand the behavioral and environmental aspects that guide food preferences among young adults. Later, we had an insightful industrial visit for a hands-on training on the development of millet-based products. This experience provided us with practical exposure to innovative food processing techniques and the increasing importance of millets in sustainable nutrition. And now, as we step into the final day of this journey, we have an equally engaging schedule ahead. Our first lecture for the day is on vending machines and university students' consumption trends, which will shed light on the evolving food habits and choices among the student community. The second lecture is on Green Restaurant Assessment, a tool for evaluation and classification of restaurants considering sustainability indicators. The session will introduce us to sustainability based evaluation frameworks and their importance in today's food service sector. After the lecture, we will move on to a tutorial session titled Classroom Discussion on the Role of Food Handlers in Improving Food Quality and Confidence of the Final Consumer. This interactive session will help us reflect on the practical aspects of maintaining food quality and consumer trust. Finally, we will conclude the day and the program with the valedictory function marking the closing ceremony of this wonderful and fruitful GIAN journey. So without further delay, let's begin our first session of the day. We are once again delighted to have with us Dr. Antonio Rapso, who will be delivering the lecture on vending machines and university students' consumption trends. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Antonio on stage to begin today's first lecture. Thank you, sir.
Good morning and welcome you to our this 10th day and final day of our course. I hope you are enjoying it so much as I am. And in this first session of this 10th day, we will final our discussion regarding the vending machines and the university students' behavior regarding the consumption of foods from these machines. We have already seen the food safety aspects related with these foods. Then we studied the nutritional composition of the foods that are sold from these machines, and now we will see the behaviors and what in really the consumers buy from these machines. What are the consumption trends regarding these food products? I will pass these two slides very quickly because we have already know that Japan is the world leader and Spain one of the European leaders in this sector. Foods are sold in more than half of all products that are commercialized in these machines. And we can say that these vending machines reflect the good availability and suitability of food and beverages in the Western society, and of course in many of these environments that you have already learned about in the schools, workplaces, and health centers. And we already know that some of these places, the availability of alternative foods and beverages may be limited. So, based on this, and providing healthy, varied foods in such machines is very important to counteract the fact that some studies have reported, which have documented that most vending machines are typically stocked with food and beverages that are rich in energy but low in nutrients. So, what have we done in this research? The main goal was the examination of consumption frequency, body weight, degree of satisfaction, and food habits of vending machine users by interviewing 620 university students from the Gran Canaria Island in Spain and another location in Portugal called Monte Caparica, where this study was conducted. And the questionnaire was completed by the participants which gathered data on degree course and year, age, sex, weight, age, and also the frequency of use of vending machines, the most consumed foods, the level of satisfaction, and also the new proposals for food to be provided by the machines that users would like to see and they haven't available. So regarding the results, we saw that the most notable result was that the majority of the student population used food in vending machines, and more than half use it occasionally, for example, once a week or less frequently. So, in general, the Spanish population, Spanish study population, we verified in this population a higher prevalence of overweight and obesity compared with the Portuguese. And it should also be noted that daily use of vending machines was greater in Spain than in Portugal. And with this, we can use these results to improve dietary behavior in the study populations, which is the university students, both in Spain and Portugal. And if take into consideration that many students consume or replace food with vending machine daily or several times per week, so and why did we include these two countries? That is that the food habits of both countries are quite similar, and they are geographically linked, as well as Gran Canaria has a very strong Portuguese influence on its food culture due to the Portuguese participation in the conquest and later the colonization of these islands. Here we can see the first data from the obtained results. This is regarding the personal data from the participants according to their gender, and we see that the body mass index, we can include them in a normal weight. The most of the inquiries were normal weight with slightly difference. Of course, we have also some ones with overweight significantly number with more than 20%. Here, we divided the behavior and options on use these vending machines according to gender, and we can see some differences. First, regarding the frequency of vending machine users, you can see that more than an half consume foods from vending machines once a week or less. The meal replacement, what this means that individuals replace one of their main meals, for example, lunch or dinner, for foods purchased from vending machines. And this happens once a week or less, 25%. And then the food available in the vending machines, which was the most preferred foods that people buy from vending machines. And here can also see some different results, many chocolates and also coffee, tea, salty products, water, soft drinks. Regarding the opinion that people showed about the food vending machines, with curious, we found that the degree satisfaction is better than we thought. So in a 10-point scale, people valued as 6. So we can consider that people are generally satisfied, and pointed out the nutritional value as the worst factor, the worst result regarding this. And when we ask about the foods that wish to be available, which to be seen available in the machines, that they are not, people, most of them with difference, with more than 40%, stated out that fruit was the most desirable food item to be seen, wish to be seen in the machines. We then also make this division according to the body mass index and to the weight status. We divide into normal weight, overweight, and obesity to see the frequency of use of vending machines, and we see that the obese individuals use more these vending machines than the other ones. The frequency of meal replacement, also we found greater results in this weight status, And regarding the personal opinion about the food vending machines, we found similar values between the different weight status. The personal opinion is also quite similar. And then in the food wish to be seen in the machines, we we found interesting values regarding fruit that was also the most desirable fruit between in all different weight status, which is obese, overweight, or normal weight. Now, a comparison between Portugal and Spain, the weight status is quite similar. We have normal weight in both populations, and the frequency of use of machines. We see that in Spain, individuals are more keen to buy foods from these machines. One of the reasons, of course, is at the time of this study, the food vending machine industry is more developed in Spain, and Spain is one of the greatest potencies in the food vending machine industry, rather than Portugal. In Portugal, it is not so developed like in Spain, and they have more easy convenience to access these foods in Spain than in Portugal. So this also is reflected when we ask people if they buy products, if they buy foods from vending machines. If you have more opportunities, if you have more machines where you can buy these products, it is more probable that you will say yes, I consume more of these products, and this was what happened, and we can see this in the frequency of use. And regarding the frequency of meal replacement, the same. We see, for example, that in Portugal, no one answered that to make this replacement in a daily basis, and in Spain, we found someone that answered in that way. And then in the other frequencies, times also several times a week, once a week, we see also similar results with more frequency use of these vending machines than in Portugal. Interesting, we see that the punctuation made by the personal opinion of food vending machines is also quite similar, that both populations evaluated very similar. And then the food available in the machines, we see that water has greater results in Spain, and similar to the other products. Also, this also a result because the same question of we have more vending machines in Spain than in Portugal, and which was the food preferable that people would like to see in the machines. And once again, fruit both in Portugal and Spain are the same. Portugal is on the left column, and Spain on the right, and you see that these values are very similar, with 47.7% of the Portuguese students wanted to see fruit, and 44.4% wanted to see also fruit available in the machines. So what can we conclude from this? That most of the studied population was normal weight, and more than half, 50.8%, stated that they ate food from vending machines once per week or less frequently, and this frequency increased in obese and overweight consumers. We emphasize that more than half, 55.5% of the participants, were studying degrees in health science, physical education, and sport. So, in theory, we can see that they should have more knowledge on nutrition and lack of healthy options in vending machines. So, they are studying some related topics on their careers. And generally, it is important to highlight that 66.7% of the obese users of vending machines were frequent users daily or several times a week. And this was an interesting difference and a huge difference we observed in our study. That 66%, 67% of these obese users were frequent users of these vending machines foods. In Portugal, we found many more frequent users than in Spain, and regarding weight status, we stress that almost 29% of obese subjects replaced daily or several times per week a main meal with food from vending machines, and this value gradually lowered for overweight and normal weight users. Portugal and Spanish rated the vending machine industry can say positively in a grade of 6 out of 10, and fruit was the food that the respondents suggested to be made available in vending machines that they can't see it. They are not available to buy because it is not dispensed in the machines, and they answered they wished to see the fruit included within the machines, with 42% of the respondents in both countries, being Spain or Portugal, requesting this food item. And in this study was carried out in two different universities, Spain and Portugal, and of course is not representative of all university students in these countries, but can indicate it can be indicative of current consumption behaviors, consumption habits of healthy foods and food habits regarding the foods available in these devices, in these vending machines. So for this reason, the findings we have from the present study, present research, can be used to stimulate the development of environment interventions that focus on vending machines to improve healthy food habits in university students. So we urge researchers worldwide to consider and to conduct similar researches in their respective countries, and the availability of healthy foods and beverages in vending machines, as well as food policies that foster healthful food choices among students, need to pay more attention. And scientific studies should support policies with a potential benefit to public health, despite the fact that their implementation may be potentially difficult. And it is our work as health professionals, as academics, to of course to undertake some studies similar to this one, and then to show the results to the policymakers, to the governments, and try to change something in the people's lives. So that's the main reason why we investigate, why we make these publications, is to make governments or awareness of the responsibility of changing change, of course, with our help, with interventions and programs adapted to the populations. But it is responsibility of us, academic stakeholders, and also of the responsibility of the consumers. I also bring here some results of another study. This is in also a systematic review that systematized some results of other studies similar to this one. I can let's see the conclusions of these studies. We have one study by Arashimi here that concluded common beverage found in evaluated vending machines or flavored water, sugar sweetened beverage, and plain water. Another one in schools where nutrition policies were implemented to improve the nutrition quality of vended food items, the nutrition quality of students' dietary intake improved. So this we can see the importance of this application of some nutrition policies. Another study concluded that an almost exclusive selection of high-calorie and or low nutrition value snacks were found in evaluated machines. Other conclusion, following an intervention to improve the nutrition value of snacks and beverages in vending machines in an hospital, the percentage of healthy snacks and healthy beverage increased from 29% to 51 and 0 to 26% respectively. Another study found that the majority of snacks and beverages found in evaluated vending machines were not nutrient dense, were very rich in calories, but regarding their content in macronutrients was not relevant. Another study by Callaghan et al. Found that overall vending machine sales declined after the implementation of intervention that replaced 50% of vending machine slots with healthier snacks. So This show us that it is not only to forbid, to limit the access or to replace what people are more accustomed to buy from vending machines and put there healthier options. If there is no kind of education of sessions of interventions, what happened here is that people stop to buy foods from vending machines. Another another conclusion during a price from another study, during a price reduction and increased promotional signage intervention, low-fat snacks sales were increased, and during a price reduction and promotional signage intervention, low-fat snacks increased, and the median percentage of low-fat snacks found in evaluated vending machines was 35%, but mostly due to a large number of hard candy items. This is another strategy that this researcher French and their collaborators try to make. And of course, when you relate the price with availability of these food items, people will search for the lowest price items, and of course, this worked very well. Another study by these investigators found that during this price reduction and increased healthy snack and beverage availability intervention, healthy product sales significantly increased. But I think this is a little obvious when you reduce the price and reduce the price of healthier options, and at the same time you increase the price of the other options or even limit the access. It is expected that we see an increase in the consumption of these healthier options. Uh, One interesting or not so interesting data is that after this intervention, this study, when the prices were then normalized, of course, people then start to buy again the not so healthy food products. Another study conducted by Jamil and Cortugna found that the majority of the snacks and beverages sold in vending machines were of minimal nutritional value in line with the other researches. Another study following an implementation of healthy beverage policy in vending machines in schools, around 80%, in this case 78.8% of evaluated beverages were found to be in compliance with food policy. Another study found that overall evaluated in vending machines, 84% of slots contain the high energy snacks and beverages. You can see that the conclusions and the evaluation of the profile and the foods found in the machines are quite similar. Another study concluded that during a price reduction, increased promotional signage, and increased healthy product availability intervention, the proportional sales of healthy snacks and beverages increased. Cubic et al. Found that low nutrient, energy dense snack and beverage prevalence was high in evaluated vending machines. Another one. Across all evaluated vending machines, more than 80% of snacks and 75% of beverages were classified as unhealthy. And another study found that only 3%, 3.6% of surveyed students reported purchasing healthier snacks and beverages from vending machines. Another one, that the majority of snacks and beverage offered evaluated in machines were high in calories and high in fat. Another conclusion, during an increased promotional signage and healthy product availability intervention in hospital, participant perception and knowledge regarding healthy vending products improved and increased respectively. And another one, following an intervention to improve the nutritional value of snacks, beverages in vending machine in schools, the percentage of healthy snacks and beverages increased from 22% to 84% and 48 to 98% respectively. So these are great and interesting values. And finally, the study conducted by Winston and collaborators evaluating the vending machines that received an average of 33% of total possible points of healthfulness, indicating that vending machines are not conducive to a healthy nutrition environment. So we can see, generally speaking, and making a global overview and a global analysis from these results, that they are quite similar, of course, with different strategies, but generally we see that the foods available in these machines haven't an adequate nutritional profile, and some kind of interventions can be effective in modulate the habits of consumption of people regarding these food vending machines. Here we can see a study that compared the foods available in the vending machines, but also with other dining locations and venues, and that was the coffee and bagel shop, the food court, and the dining hall. And we can see that the vending machines are not the worst environment at all when compared with other environments. So the problem is not the machines, is not the vending machines, is the habits, the routines of the individuals, and is what we introduce in the machines, what it is within these machines. You see, for example, that we have sugar, if we analyze, we have in the coffee and bagel shop more than the double that we find in vending machines. Of course, we have better options, but in Saudi speaking, also the vending machines was where we found lowest quantities, lowest amounts of sodium in their products when compared with the other venues this study analyzed. So the total fat is not the worst. We have the food court and the coffee and bagel shop with worse results regarding the total content of fat and saturated fat. So the problem is not always the vending machines, the food vending machines, but of course what we want, what are the perceptions and the behaviors of the population, and what is available in these devices. Thank you very much, and please let me know once again your point of view and your questions about this topic that we finalized here, this discussion about the vending machines and the food available there, the behaviors of the population regarding the consumption of food vending products. So let me know what do you think about this.
Uh, Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
It is a very informative lecture.
Sorry,
Uh,
can you speak louder?
it is very informative lecture
Thank you.
uh, for vending machine. I would like to ask, in your university or your campus, which types vending machine you use in daily life in your campus?
In my campus,
Yes.
at this time, the most success, can you say, vending machine is the hot ring vending machines, and I believe at this moment that are the most available vending machines. We have already some snack vending machines, but at this moment, if I'm not thinking wrong, the only available machines we have inside the campuses are the hot ring vending machines that are those machines that sell most. But in the other campus, we see also, and I know other campus that have another vending machines of some, for example, vending machines selling biological products, organic food products, and also included sandwiches and some kind of snacks. And but the hot ring vending machines, because of special the selling of coffee, we drink a lot of coffee and are the machines that sell most. So people in the middle of the morning, in the early morning when they arrive, in the afternoon, are always drinking coffee, and it is easier and faster to get these drinks from the vending machine than go to an establishment or to a canteen or a coffee shop. So they go to the vending machine, insert the coin, and get the coffee. So it is the machines that have more success is the hot drinks vending machines. Not only coffee they have also hot chocolate, tea. But regarding our habits, the coffee is the most preferable drink people.
University, every society also it is.
It can be. It depends, of course, the kind of products that we will include on the machine. For example, here we can think in a kind of machine with vegetarian food items. Why not? And also with tea, we can include tea in the machines that people, I think, would like to have from the machines. But then, of course, to see the cost effectiveness of that. If I invest on those devices and they have consumption, if people go there to buy and they're the machines, why not? Why not? It will depend, of course, what you will include inside the machine, and this should be, of course, adapted to the habits of consumption of the population. But I think it could be effective. It's a question to see the price, what I need to make the initial investment in buying the machine, in terms of costs of electricity, and then you can have a device or more than one device in your place of work, in the university campus, working 24 hours per day, with options that people are accustomed also to buy in other establishments, or that sometimes they need to go even outside the campus or make some distance to get those items. And with the machines, that could be an advantage. Why not? Why not?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Just thinking.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So my question is, the study found more frequent vending use in Portugal than in Spain. So what socio-economic and environmental factor could explain this difference?
The difference between Portugal and Spain regarding
Use of vending machine.
use of vending machines. As I said, in the time this study was conducted, and I can say also at this moment, the food vending machine industry is much more developed in Spain than in Portugal, and there are much more machines, and this ratio machine per citizen, it is much higher in Spain than in Portugal. So some of the surveyed people in Portugal, they simply don't use the vending machines, or in a very few frequency. In Spain, at the time this study was developed, in this particular region, there are vending machines across the streets, not only in the campuses but in the malls, supermarkets, and in Portugal, not so frequently that people see the vending machines. That is why, and the reason we found these differences.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, in that study, there was quite a number of students who were never using the vending machines.
In Portugal, I think.
Yes, sir. So, is there any particular reason? Was it?
That's what I told to your colleague, that in some cases people, they simply don't buy. We didn't ask that into the people. This is some interpretation that we can make. But for example, selling ice creams. Of course, this in the summer can work well there. In Portugal, we didn't have those kind of machines, for example, and the options are very much more present, and they are higher in Spain in this context than in Portugal. So these reasons can lead us to think that the consumption and the frequency of use of vending machines in Spain was higher than in Portugal. We didn't try to find those explanations in depth, but we can suppose that is one of the reasons.
So one more thing was in that list, they all of them stated fruits and yogurt in terms of
No.
prices.
That list was the foods that they wish to see available in the machines. Okay. Yes. Fruits, yogurts. Yes. But it was interesting that we convinced the company of vending machines in Spain to make an experience of introducing a fruit item or an apple. I think they introduced, or a pear, or even a banana, join with the sandwich that they already sold in the machine, and for the same price. So people wouldn't pay more for that sandwich and can take the sandwich and the piece of fruit at the same time. And what happened, interestingly or not so interestingly, depends on the point of view, people take the sandwich and leave the fruit in the vending machine. So this is kind of controversy. We are saying that we want that food, and that gives reasons to the company to say why I will introduce fruits or these perishable items that, of course, we stock them in the vending machine, and if people don't take the piece of fruit in 1 2 days, the oxidation and of course the shelf life will not be more extended. But people, in fact, when we evaluate their behavior in locus in situ, we see that. So where is the perhaps or for because one thing is what we say, and what we really know, that we should eat more fruits, more healthy, more yogurts. And of course, after that experience, the food company stopped to introduce these fruits because they are wasting food. The trash, I'll give to another individual, but no, the fruit was was left inside the machine, and that are sold cool. And then you have a microwave near the machine to regenerate that food. Soda drinks, water, and not so much different kinds of machines. In Spain, we have greater diversity and variety of machines, and the products sold in the machines. Now, at this time, we have already seen more different machines and more machines available in Portugal. But when this study was carried out 2015, I believe, that not so kind of machines in the food industry was not so developed in Portugal in comparison with Spain.
So one practical question: how did you get these questionnaires administered? Was it on an online form, or was it?
No, this wasn't online form. This was a personal interview to the people.
So it was like convenience based in the campus. Whoever was available, they were requested to.
Yes.
So if you do such kind of studies here, it's almost like sometimes the researcher is begging for the
And
participants to.
yes, and then also another important thing is that this, if you saw, the body mass index was normal. We found normal in both places, but this was self-reported values. We didn't assess the weight with the scale, or we didn't go to take the measures of the weight of the people. And when you ask the weight and the weight of the people are always taller than they are in reality, and are always thin that they are in reality. So this is also a limitation. But of course, to get this sample size, it was such easier to ask people what is your weight and weight than going to a place to take these measures. But it is an important limitation. For sure, not all of these people, these values are for real. So, and of course, we have a very huge amount of and quantity of obese and overweight people in our society, in our population. And this is not reflected. This is not so reflected in the results we obtain here.
So if I may ask, what was the response rate out of in
Regarding what? Well,
of the participants total response rate? If the questionnaire was circulated to 100 people, how many actually responded?
no, in total was 600 people.
So, but how many was it given to?
How many?
How many responded actually? 614
No. This was already the respondent. This was the completed respondent questionnaire. Yes.
So was it 100%?
Yes.
Oh. So one last question, that study that you mentioned, Bell et al. In 2013, where you mentioned that in the hospital the percentage significantly improved from 29
No, this is other studies. This is not my study. This is the conclusions of other studies. Yes, just to see that they are in line or not with the study that presented here. These are the conclusions of this systematic review, and all of these studies are included in these systematic reviews just to see if they are in line or not with the study that I presented.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, my question is not from you. It is actually from everyone present here. That, as we all know, here in our campus, we have very limited food choices.
Yes.
As we don't have Swiggy, Zomato, Blinkit available here. So, if vending machine is installed in our campus, then you guys, what food items you want to be added in that? You want from your preference side, if you were asked.
Yes, that's a nice question. I can imagine some of the food items, but let's see what you say. Yes.
And that food items should be healthy and nutritious, because snacks we can get easily, but healthy food item choices are not available here in the campus. So you have to keep in mind that choices should be healthy and nutritious too.
And people should buy, because if it is healthy nutrition, but at the end of the day, people will not pick up from the vending machine.
We can include corn salad, or millet chips, or fruit juices without added sugar.
Interesting. Yes. Or some cookies similar to those ones we saw yesterday on the visit. Why not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
As a researcher, I only required tea.
Tea. Yes, that was one of the things that I was imagining that, and I can imagine that would work a lot. Yes, tea.
Healthy gummies.
Sorry.
Gummies. Healthy gummies.
What is that? Okay. And of course, some different salads. You talk about corn salad, was that correct? But of course, we can think on a diversity of vegetables to include in a refrigerated machine with perishable foods, and of course, very different kinds of vegetables of salads that you have here. Of course, this could be included in the machine, and you could make your meal by getting from the machine this meal. Yes, for sure. Why not? Milk, I think all of you enjoy, and we could also have some milk or some dairy products in the machine, because it is not a problem to have perishable foods in the machines, since the machine will sell. Since, of course, the problem is to introduce these more perishable foods in the machines, and then nobody go there and buy the products, because if you have a lot of students here and a lot of students that have the habits of consuming these dairies, these vegetable salads, why not to have some machines with inclusion of these food products? Today will be sold. That's not a problem. Anyone else want to share their opinion about what would like to see available in a possible vending machine? And of course, this could be a work done by I don't know, the university administration department, to see the vending companies you have here in the neighbors. I don't know that for sure, but which vending companies would be available to introduce here in some kind of agreement. It was not a need, I believe, for the university to buy the machines. This could be a kind of contract, a kind of agreement, collaboration with the food vending company industry, that you have here or nearby, and see the possibility of trying to implement, of course, in the initial stage, a few machines and see how, how will it work. And of course, if it will work, it will be of interest of all to have more choices and more types of machines available. Why not? This I think this could be also interesting for every party that would be joining. Why not? Why not?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I want make pizza bread.
I just understand pizza.
I want to make pizza adding it.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Last 10 days you are here. What food you want to prefer in future from this?
From the food you have here, which food I like to have in the machines? No, no, forget the machines.
Daily you eat 3 times meals, no? So then what types of you food want to prefer and you like that?
Oh, I like the very diversity of foods. I like the chapati you have. I like what you take on the breakfast. The name similar to rice, poha. I think poha. Yes, that is very interesting. The buttermilk, even with the meals, and it is not very common for us to drink milk or some kind of that with the main meals. But I enjoyed it very much, and. The rice is very good. All types of rice I have tasted here was the rice was very good. And the most of them also when you also mixed in the sweet the dry fruits, you have very quality dry fruits, and the vegetables, the quality of your vegetables, since they have no spices, are very good, are very good for me. Yes, but if I'm not forgetting, I think that are the most relevant food types that I would like to to keep consuming. Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I want to ask you, as a researcher, what you want to implement in the vending machine with minimal microbial contamination, and as we see so many drawbacks of vending machine.
Yes, of course, that is a concern. The contamination, the food safety. Let's go back to our first session about this, and it is a concern. And of course, all of this food you are saying you wish to see in the machine have special concerns. Of course, when are compared from the point of view and safe and microbial safety, when we are talking about salty products, packaged products that they don't pose these kind of concerns, but that will always depend on the frequency of use of the vending machines and how they will be maintained from the point of view of cleanliness and the good hygiene practices that will be adopted to that machines, and of course the transportation where, for example, where these foods that we want to introduce in the machines, these perishable foods, where they will come from. So they will prepare near the machines or they will prepare far 30, 40 kilometers, but in which conditions they will be transported to the machines in a refrigerated vehicle, in a refrigerated container. All these aspects, of course, should be adequate and should be secure. Otherwise, we can't compromise the food safety. And of course, this is one aspect that, of course, if you really want to implement this in the campus, to see the conditions of the food company or the food company industry that have to dispense these foods to you. Of course, this poses higher and greater risks, this kind of products perishable than the other food machines when you are selling just water or soda drinks or a snack of fried potatoes. From the point of view of safety, are quite different. Yes, yes, and that is an important aspect we have to take into consideration.
So, can you suggest any food items in terms of nutrition which we have to implement in the vending machines?
That will depend on what you are looking for, of your habits, of your preferences. What is fine for me can't be for you. So that is not so direct and so simple. For example, you can find vegetable products, perishable products, very suitable to the machine, and I not. That is also related with your preferences, with your desire. But one thing you should be honest, because if you say you want this, but then when we offer that product, you will not go to buy it. It's like this example of the fruits that people are demanding and saying we want more healthier option, we want healthier options, we want fruits, and then we give you the fruit, and even for free, not paying more, joining with the sandwich, and people leave the fruit in the machine and only pick up the sandwich, and that was for free. So it's something like that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the question.
Now let's continue with our previous activity.
Yes, we need to know for everybody what was the item you'd like to see available.
Sir, I want to see the in vending machine. I want to be added is sprout salad. That is healthy option to be included for breakfast also.
Yes.
And fruit cups may be installed in that so that we can get fresh fruits whenever we need it.
And also dry fruits you have here a lot, and are
dry
not so perishable. I think not so perishable than the fresh fruits. That could be also an interesting option.
Like we have to go outside of the campus to get the fruits. So if fruits are installed, variety of fruits are installed here in the campus, then it would be a nutritious step. And
Yes, that would be
that's it from my side.
Any different opinion?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I would like to add yogurt, chia seeds, fruit smoothies.
Interesting. Yes.
Sir, I would like to add sandwiches, oatmeal cups.
Sandwiches.
So I would like to add the ready to mix meals like dal chawal, chole chawal, rajma chawal. So we can like consume it, and it will also like
All of these ideas can be used for, who knows, the implementation of some vending machines here in the campus. Why not?
yes, sir.
Of course, it would be interest for the food vending company that would like to be here to see the opinions of the users, of the potential users of those machines. That is very important when implementing a new, in this case, a new business. It is to know the opinion of the potential users. Yes, of course.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
As my colleagues already mentioned, a lot of healthier food items. It will be difficult now to explore more. Yeah,
Yes.
smoothie, sprouts, fruit juice without sugar, yogurt, and
It cannot be only healthy options. This is items that you consume, and for sure, not everyone are always eating healthy options. So you
Yeah,
can
like in-
you can suggest some products of your preference that are not so healthy than the other ones suggested by your colleagues. You can suggest some kind of sweet. Why not? Or you don't eat sweets? Never.
No, sir. I eat sweets.
Of course
Like,
you eat.
like in Punjab, there is a plant implanted. Like its name is Verka. There is a ready-to-made kheer, Verka kheer. That is made up of milk and rice and dry fruits and the sugar, and it is the ready to use. You can consume anytime. And like some of the things like in convenience store of South Korea, they make a ready to use, ready to eat noodles.
Noodles.
Yeah.
Why not?
Oreo noodles.
The items that we include in the machine, of course, be balanced. It is not, as we see here, unhealthy options, but of course, it is not mandatory to include only these healthy options. We can find a balance of them because in our daily lives, of course, we also are not eating only in the healthier options. And of course, the most important thing is we know in which frequency we should eat more of this and not so much of the other. So why not to include some of those items too? Why not?
Yes, sir. Like sometimes noodles or the unhealthy food are for making our make us feel like. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you for sharing.
Packet of upma in with me. Like it's an instant upma. You can just pour that powder in a hot water, just in a vending machine. Like from one side, if I get an hot water in a bowl, and from one side it's an
Yes, yes.
upma powder mixed. Like it has some. So like just take the water.
Only take the
So from
water and pour
powder,
directly.
just for to like noodles as we have that cup noodles type. We just pour the hot water in that and we have. So like that same. So I would do that.
All of that ideas, I think, are a great.
Because I personally do that and I don't think that it's a time consuming thing. It's just an 2 minutes thing. You just have to boil the water and put the powder in the bowl. That's it.
Yes, yes, why not?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So I would like to add on healthy drinks. For example, ABC juice that is made for apple, beetroot, and carrot juice. So I think it's a healthy option we can have. So I think I can add that.
Right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So, as my friends already told about healthy foods, I would like to tell something about unhealthy fast foods, which is
Yes.
also like which we will also have cravings towards that food also. So, I would like to add burgers, pizzas, and something like that because sweets also because sometimes like because of our stressed schedules we'll
Yes,
be like
and they are included in our we eat them. So why not? The question here is the frequency of eating these foods not too much as the others, but why not to have a machine dispensing this kind of foods also? Why not?
like because of our tight schedules and all we'll be sometimes have that cravings towards like first fast foods as we know we should consume healthy foods but sometimes we'll be having cravings towards the fast foods so if we are having if we are getting that option like if we are getting that fast foods very fastly it will be so good like to ease our cravings and all yeah and when we go to restaurants it's time consuming also so
Yes. Yes, yes, it's very different. If you have here close to the campus, close the place where you are all the day in the classes, if you have these options available, you are not spending time to go to other place. So you have those options to choose. Here is the most important thing is how to make the options, and you must have all the options. One healthier, another not so healthy, another maybe unhealthy, and you choose at this moment. I want more this, not so this. But the good thing is to have a huge diversity of items where you can pick them. Because when you go to the supermarket, it's the same. You go to the supermarket, you not only have the healthier options. So you have chocolates, you have sweets, you have high fat, high sugar products. So the vending machine should be the same. The advantage is to easier the access and the convenience of the use of these products and 24 hours a day. It's the same when you go to the supermarket. It is not mandatory to have only the healthier choices in the world in the vending machines because people that doesn't reflect the consumption of people. Of course, you want to improve the consumption of the people from the point of view of health, but that will not work only to give only the healthy products. If people don't want that, they will go to other place to pick up the unhealthy items, and they will not buy items from the vending machine. So I think it is easy to understand.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I like fruits, dry fruits, cashews, almonds,
Yes, dry
dates.
fruits. Yes, I think that is a very good option for you, and even I think that dry fruits are not so expensive as, for example, in where I where I live, and that is a good, not so perishable like fresh fruits. And I think that could be an interesting. You have a lot of variety in the diverse dry fruits. It could be very interesting to see those items in the vending machine. Why not? Why not? Yes.
And dark chocolates.
I'd like to add roasted and salted chickpeas and makhanas, foxnut.
Yes.
And we can also have an option of iced green tea for
Yes.
any
Yes.
like natural tea. And that's it.
Yes.
So maybe coconut water and
Yes,
healthy
coconut.
sandwiches, peanut butter and all.
Interesting. Yes. Everyone, or am I missing?
So I think it's high time we need to talk with VC sir in the evening about the vending machine. Are you guys ready? Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for this insightful presentation on students' health and eating habits. The comparison between Portugal and Spain gave us an interesting perspective on how culture and availability shape food choices. It reminds us that while convenience is important, accessibility to healthy options is equally vital, especially in educational institutions where habits for life are formed. With that thought, we conclude this very informative session. Now let's take a tea break before we join for the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing tea break. Before we begin our next session, let's take a quick recap of the previous lecture. To give us a concise briefing on the talk delivered by Dr. Antonio on vending machines and university students' consumption trends, I would like to invite Ms. Uma on stage.
So now I'll be giving a brief summary on vending machines and university students. This research explored how vending machine influence students' eating habits, particularly in the university setting across the space in Portugal. In Europe, the vending machine industry generates around 23.4 billion euros per year, with approximately one machine for every 31 citizens. These machines are commonly found in schools, workplaces, and health centers, offering a wide range of products. However, the issue arises when we look at the nutritional quality of the available foods, sweets. Only a small percentage offer truly healthy options. The study compared students' behavior in Spain and Portugal because of their similar food culture and historical ties. Notably, the Portuguese influence on the Canary Islands food tradition. The result reveals some interesting trends. More than half of the respondents, around 50.8%, reported using a vending machine once a week or less. Though this rate increased among the overweight and obese students, among obese users, two-thirds, which is 66.7%, were frequently users daily or several times a week. When comparing the two countries, Portugal had more frequent users, around 40.6%, than Spain, which is 22.7%. Notably, 28.6% of the obese participants in Portugal said they often replace a main meal with a vending machine food. Despite these health concerns, both Portuguese and Spanish students rated the vending industry positively, with an average satisfaction rating of 6 out of 10. Encouragingly, fruit was the most requested item to be added in the vending machine. Over 42% of the students wanted healthier options available. The findings highlighted a clear message. While vending machines are convenient, there is a pressing need of healthier alternatives. Universities should promote policies that make nutritious food more accessible in these machines to support students' overall well-being. In conclusion, this study urges researchers and policymakers worldwide to take similar initiatives, which is to access the vending machine food environment and implement changes that encourage the healthier consumption habits among the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Uma, for the well summarized review. Now, moving ahead with our second lecture of the day titled Green Restaurant Assessment, a tool for evaluation and classification of restaurants considering sustainability indicators. The session will be taken by none other than Dr. Antonio Rapso, who will help us explore how sustainability can be measured and promoted within the food service industry. Let's welcome Dr. Rapso to take us through this fascinating topic. Over to you, sir.
Hello once again, and here we are for our second session of the day. And in this second session, we will discuss about this interesting tool, interesting from my point of view, of course, that is the Green Restaurants Assessment, the GRASS tool that allows to evaluate and classify the restaurants considering some sustainability indicators. This tool is available in this paper. Then, if you want to further analyze, see, and consult, it is available in this open access paper. And why to validate and to construct the kind of a tool like this? So the high demand for away from home meals and the increase in the number of restaurants has increased the production of meals. This is a fact, and with large waste generation and use of various natural resources significantly impacting the environment. So the meals production must be in the context of social responsibility and sustainability, not just concerning the quality of the offered food. Food services are considered the least sustainable among those economic sectors. So we should be responsible as food researchers, as food and health professionals, to make the things change. And consumer awareness has expanded, and this is important. And green consumption modes that include the environmental awareness in purchasing behavior are becoming very, very popular. So the researchers have pointed out that green restaurants have been increasing, and consumers are increasingly willing to spend more money on green restaurants. We can say green restaurants that are environment-friendly restaurants that have this concern regarding sustainability and environment. And that's it. The green restaurants are based on environmental management, improving service quality and profits, generating more significant social, environmental, and economic impacts with reduced environmental damage. What was the purpose of the study we conducted? So we based on that green restaurants are the basis on the implementation of environmental management, and they are closely related to quality management through a set of instruments and programs. In this study, we have the goal to build an instrument, this tool, classify and adopting cutoff points and classify restaurants using traffic light scores. The so well known traffic light nutritional traffic light, and these scores are from the sustainability assessment checklist validated in Brazilian Portuguese for restaurants, and the questionnaire classification validation was performed using a cross-sectional study that we conducted in a convenience sample of 97, almost 100 restaurants, 97 ones, and it has 76 items and all these items are based on yes, no, or not applicable answers when compared with sustainability activities. The instrument score was obtained by assigning 1 point to each yes item, and each section received a score, and the total score was provided to the restaurant from the three sections when we sum the all points obtained in these three sections. And the international instruments used in the checklist developed in stage were checked to assist in the cut-off points determination. So, the score for the restaurants with low adherence to sustainable practices or red seal ranges from 0 to 40%. So, this is related with the red color. The restaurants with medium adherence to sustainable practice or the yellow sustainable practices were green sealed with more equal or more than 75%. The instrument is so divided into these three sections. The first one related with water, energy, and gas supply. The second with the menu and food waste. And the third with waste reduction, construction materials, chemicals, employees, and social sustainability. The percentages must be reached in all sections. And we didn't find any green or sustainable restaurants through the checklist application in the test sample. And almost half of the restaurants, 47.4%, had the yellow seal, with higher scores in a section 2 regarding the menu and food waste. The IMAT's last scored were the company that has goals for the rational use of water, and the company achieves zero greenhouse gas emissions with proven partnerships. The company has commented the problem to reduce carbon emissions in towels or uniforms that are made of organic or sustainable materials. So, what can we find? Can we find here? What is demonstrated? It is demonstrated that the attention points and improvements in the analyzed restaurants. And we really hope that the construction and validation of the checklist, of this checklist, and the scores determination, this scores determination, have contributed, of course, for a broadening discussion on sustainability in food services and serve as a starting point for future research. And of course, other researchers worldwide can use this checklist and can adapt and validate this checklist to their regions. And these strategies, like we use, are fundamental to improve our understanding of the subject and expand the knowledge of nutritionists who deal directly with this economical sector, and to see if the restaurants are having sustainability activities and have these concerns regarding sustainability. So, and from the results which we found that no one of these 97 restaurants were sealed with green. This is the visual mark of the instrument of the tool. So on each classification about restaurants with good adherence to the sustainable practices, we sealed with green, the medium adherence practices with yellow, and the low practices with the red. And as I mentioned before, it has 76 items divided into these three sections. The first section, water, energy, and gas supply. The second one, menu and food waste. And the third one, waste reduction of the evaluated restaurants of the 97 evaluated restaurants. We see that in total, more than half were considered non-sustainable, with the results less equal or 40%. And the best results we found was in the sex. So no one of the restaurants were considered in total sustainable or to have sustainable. And here we have the frequency and percentage of performed items by each section. Among the evaluated results were very positive. But the others. For example, the company has documented for the assessment and or inspection of energy use for energy conservation. Here we have only found 11 restaurants with a positive assessment. The temperature of refrigerators, cooling chambers, freezers are adequate and having monitoring record. Here, most of them were positively assessed. However, for example, when we asked if the company has the documented targets for reducing the rise of liquefied petroleum gas or if the company uses biogas, we see that this is not true for the most of the companies. Only one uses this alternative, this biogas. Now in section 2, here we found this was the section where we found more positive results. However, for example, in the question number 7, 2.7, that was at least 50% of the fruits and vegetables that the company buys are certified organic, and only 7 of all the restaurants. This was true. This was a fact. And another thing is, for example, in the question 13, the company doesn't use ingredients or products with transgenic ingredients in its composition or in the production of meals, and only 27 out of 97 establishments were positively evaluated in this regard. On the other end, for example, we see that almost all 83, the company offers separate menu or substitutions to meet diet restrictions, such as gluten-free preparations, vegetarian cuisine, vegan menu, or preparations to meet religious restrictions. Here we find that more than 85% of the evaluated restaurants offer this kind of menu. So this section was very positive results, at least at this point. In section 3, the results were once again not so good as expected. For example, we have here that the company separates recycled materials, that is selective collection. This is a topic very discussed, and very campaigns and interventions to talk about the importance of this. However, only, and it seems high, but it is not so high, 60%, 66% of the restaurants answered positively. The company limits packaging and orders products in bulk to avoid waste generation. Only 38 out of the 97 restaurants showed this shows this positively. Keeping on with the analysis of this section 3, I also like the company use recycled paper for their tasks in the daily. Now, most of them, now only 12%. The company uses lamps, accessories, or furniture made from recovered or recycled materials, or those provided with an environmental product declaration to improve environmental impact. Only 20%. The paints used by building are environment sustainable, only 26%. The tablecloths and our employees' uniforms are made of organic and environment sustainable materials, only 9%. So a lot of items that we see here that are not so positively assessed. And of course this is reflected in the final result. This is another important point, this question 26. If the company purchases one or more products from a charitable foundation or social enterprise that provides social impact, it is also one of the challenges and one of the recommendations we made, and only 12% answered positively. If the company donates to food banks or charities to avoid wasting food from products suitable for consumption, we have already talked about this when we have the session about food waste. One of the possible ways to the leftovers is, for example, to give these leftovers, when of course they are still safe for consumption, to these charities, associations, and to people that have not opportunity to buy their foods. But with this evaluation, we see that only 19 out of 96, 97 of the evaluated restaurants do this. So there is still a long way, so we can have sustainable practices in our establishments, and that the role involved can act as sustainable stakeholders, sustainable, in this case, sustainable restaurants. So the adoption of traffic lights intends the main goal is to easily demonstrate the relationship between the number of sustainable activities and their colors, with red being an alert sign. It's like when you are in the traffic and you see the red color in the traffic light is not to cross over, it is not to pass that border. When you have the light, to be conscious and to be prepared to stop, and to the green, we can go through and we can go on that direction. So the idea is similar when we have this traffic light associated with this tool, and we have also this traffic light. I don't know if you have here, but in Portugal and in some countries, we have the traffic light associated to the label present in the foods we can buy from the supermarket, and it is based on nutritional content of these foods. For example, a food item with high content of fat, of sugar, sodium is we label it with this red light to and we want to say that people be careful, you shouldn't take this food item very frequently. Then we have also the medium term with the yellow light that you can consume more frequently than the red, of course, but not so much as we have the green light. That are the foods that for their nutritional composition you can include more frequently in your diet. And people, when go to the market, can easily make their choices based on these colors, and not to see the numbers of the nutritional facts of the list of ingredients that most of the people have not the knowledge to understand that, or have the patience to see the numbers and see the recommendations. And with this system of colors, green, yellow, and red, can easily take their choices of what they will buy, what they will incorporate more in their diets. This is the same idea of implementation of this traffic light into the restaurants, and to label the restaurants with green if they have the best sustainable practices. The yellow is relating the medium term, and the red that the sustainable practices are not implemented in that establishment. Yes, and this is what I am saying, that the model is already used in the food sector through nutritional traffic lights on labels, which allow a better understanding of the label information and help to guide for healthier choices. This was the very first study developed a validated tool for evaluating classifying restaurants, and this we conducted this study in Brazil. And the Green Restaurants Assessment is a straightforward way to classify and identify the restaurants with good adherence to sustainable practices, with medium adherence, and with low or not at all adherence to this sustainable practice by a system of colors, green, yellow, and red, respectively. The traffic lights are used to demonstrate the sustainable activities carried out in restaurants using colors, and these results showed the lack of sustainable activities in the evaluated Brazilian federal districts restaurants. In these federal districts, it's mainly near the capital of Brazil, Brasilia, where the study was conducted, and this reinforced the importance of covering the three sustainable indicators. One of the goals, of course, is to spread out this study and to carry out similar studies to this, and the implementation of these two in other regions. And it will be interesting to see if the establishments located in different regions of the world have or not sustainable practices in their in their activities. So we hope that the construction and validation of the checklist and its course determination contributed to broadening the discussions on sustainability in food services and serve as a starting point for future research. And strategies like this are very fundamental to improve the understanding of the subject and then to expand knowledge of nutritionists who deal directly with this economic sector. Here we see restaurants associated with eco-environmental activities, and we see that vegetarian, vegan restaurants and healthy food restaurants are more related with this concern with the environment when we see big chains and fast food chains restaurants that present the lowest scores. Then we also have that from that the consumers, the customers expect in green restaurants. When we say this is a green restaurant, what is associated from the perspective of the consumers, and they see that they have a waste reduction, that they save in the energy and water sources to produce the meals, that the recycled supplies are used in the restaurant, that support of local market and local products, that use food, the food miles. This represent the distance that the food products need to be covered in the transportation from their supplier to the restaurant, that will be the shortened as possible. And of course, the environmental certification to local or international standards. This is the point of view of the consumers when they see a restaurant labeled as sustainable and a restaurant that implements sustainable practices. This is another interesting study that I would like to highlight: the resourcefulness of chefs and food waste prevention in fine dining restaurants, another perspective from other kind of food establishments. And in these restaurants, what is highlighted in this study is that food waste prevention among these chefs of these specific restaurants is explored through the lens of practice theory, and the chefs understand the meaning of food waste along its implications, however, lack competence of resourceful cooking and storage, and corporate rules discourage chefs from preventing food waste. And dedicated training, it is also important in this sector, and the dedicated training to chefs in resourcefulness and resourceful cooking is also required. So this is not only a problem for canteens, for social establishments. No, it is very most important in all the sectors of establishments that sell food. So I think this is a very important topic also to evaluate, not only to say yes, we have to reduce our waste, we have to start to utilize another different kinds of materials in the infrastructures, in the utensils we use in our kitchen to make the preparation of the foods, to storage everything. But it is important to assess, it is important to evaluate in a quantitative way, and this is one of the intentions and one of the goals of this tool is also to harmonize and to evaluate, to find a system that can evaluate the establishments according to their sustainability practices, if they are more or less or not at all sustainable restaurants. And from this evaluation, we find out that they are not so sustainable as we wish at all. And this is a very recent study that was carried out 2 years ago, where sustainability is already very well discussed, and the general population and the consumers are already very honest and interested in these topics. But in the practice, we see that most of the establishments simply don't accomplish these goals. So what can we do to make things change, and how important are the development and implementation of these tools to label or to certify the establishment with a green, yellow, or red color? And I don't know. Let me know your thoughts, and let me know your experience. And if you have here in India, not similar to I believe not to evaluate the establishments, but for example, when you go to the supermarket and buy some food item, if you have this system of traffic light, nutritional traffic light, or a system of colors to label each item in green, yellow, and red with this analog to the traffic lights we have in the in the roads, the cars. If you have something similar in your food distribution system, in your retails, in your markets, to make the choices easier for the communities, for the consumers, please let me know and share your thoughts and your questions. This was not carried out in Europe, okay? But this study, we evaluated this. This is one a collaboration study that was made in the federal district in the main urban area of the capital of Brazil, Brasilia. And validated, of course, for that region. Do you know any similar system like this here in India or in neighborhoods that you have this easier label of the products that make the choices easier for the population, or not at all?
Yes, here in India, we have that green and red labels so that we can differentiate between that green is vegetarian and if red is there non-vegetarian. Like we also have labels, certain labels. Nutritional labels also we have so that we can clarify the nutritional content of the product.
But that nutritional labels are based on numbers, or colors.
No, no, not on colors, on numbers. Like this much calorie,
Yes,
this
yes,
much
yeah, also that.
energy, this much calorie, protein, carbohydrate, this much gram is there in this product.
The idea of this is not applied to the food items. It is not to substitute the numbers, the nutritional content, the nutritional declaration that we also have, and it is mandatory from the context of the European legislation. This is to make the choices easier. A part of the system of colors in the same label, in the same food product, food item, we have the nutritional facts, the nutritional content per 100 grams. We have the content of proteins, of fats. So the idea of this is not to substitute. It is to make the choices easier. Yes, yes. Important to clarify.
Yes. We have only the labels of colors for vegetarian,
Yes,
non-vegetarian.
only to differentiate food item if it is acceptable for vegetarians or not, if they have some source of meat product.
We have that color labels for them. And for nutritional labeling, we have the numbers there.
Okay.
No color, no such colors are there, only the numbers are there.
Okay.
And any additive is added, that additive is also regarded in the terms of numbers like E144.
Yes, yes.
Certain numbers are assigned
Yes,
for
that
that
is
also.
international standard. Yes, we have
Yes,
also that. But I was talking about this system of colors, so you don't have it, and you have already heard about this the utilization of this system in other countries, in other regions, or not? This is the first time you are hearing about this. It is the first time.
Yes, yes.
And as the first time you are hearing about it, if you think a little bit and reflect a little bit, do you think this is good? We have here only advantages, or you can find some drawbacks in the application and in the using of this system. For example, when you go to the supermarket and when you have, for example, a package of what else you cookies, of meat, what else you want to buy, and you see there the red color or you see the green color. This is an advantage, can be an advantage or not, or can have also some drawbacks. And which drawbacks can we associate and see in this system?
For here in India, it is of great advantage. Like here, most of the people are vegetarian, so they don't prefer even egg also in their food. So special mention is there that we have cakes available here. So special mention line is there that this product contains egg or this product is
Okay.
eggless. So it is of great advantage over in India that these colors are mentioned so that people can wisely make their choices either they want to go for vegetarian or non-vegetarian.
Yes, because these colors is not related with the vegetarian content or not, if as meat or not. This is related only with the nutritional content, and it is established, for example, that food item that has a higher or a great amount of fat, it cannot be labeled as green. We must label as yellow or red because people must consume it in less frequency. That is this is not nothing to do. We can have red to vegetables products or to meat products. This is nothing to do with. We have also some information about if it has or not animal source ingredient, but this system is nothing to do with food item is available or is accepted for vegetarians or non-vegetarians. This is related with the nutritional composition, and it doesn't substitute the nutritional facts, the nutritional information that is also presented in the label of the item. What I want to know is if you think that we have only advantages from the point of view of label a food item with green, yellow, or red. To say what you think people will act and will think if see a food item with green.
Like it is new concept that it is in your paper or presentation, it is related to the nutritional content. So here in India it is a new concept, like we only see the colors for the vegetarian and non-vegetarian, like we see the labels in terms of numbers as the nutritional concept, not in the that like this color indicates this much of
Yes.
nutrition. So it is basically new for us, but if it is conducted over here, then obviously it is of like advantageous to the people na? Some people don't know how to read the labels also, so if they are going like the generational gap is there na, if old people are going for the supermarket, so we can say if this label is containing this color, you can buy it, and if this
You
label
point
is
you point out a very relevant question. That is what is the people's perception for that, and for something that is quite new, and you are accustomed to relate the green color for vegan products and the red color that have something of meat. First of all, we must to teach the people how to interpret, how to learn about that information that is quite new, because only to introduce this system in the products that are available in the market, perhaps people will not interpret it in the same way that I want that I interpret, and they will make wrong decisions based on wrong interpretations from what they read in the label. So that is very important to highlight the urgent and the importance of prepare the population, educate the population, explain how this works and what it means that you find the green color, the yellow color, or the red color in the labels of the foods they will buy. Another important thing is that the fact that you see the green, that doesn't mean that you can eat the amount you want every day and with no concern about it. And that must be very well explained to the people. And the red doesn't mean you can even touch on that food item. This must be very very clarified to the population, and then we should have to find some standards and some standardization to how to establish that food is red or green or yellow, because this is not standardized, and some brands make it from themselves, and there isn't this is not regulated, this is not on legislation you can adopt or not. And of course the criteria we adopt and the brands adopt to make a food item being green, yellow, or red is not sometimes so well established, and we can find, for example, I have already seen some cornflakes from a specific brand in the market, plenty of sugar, and you see the green color on them. establish that based on what? So what is the values that you found adequate to label it as green and others as red? So this standardization would be very very important for not make people make wrong choices. But the explanation to the communities to how to interpret these signs, it is very very relevant. And in this case, green doesn't mean you can eat with no problem every time you want and the amounts you want, and red you can even buy or touch on that one per year. So this is very important because with no explanation and nothing what people will associate to traffic light, and red means stop, forbidden, not to touch, not to buy. And green you can go through with no problem. You can go everywhere you want. So but the interpretation should not be exactly like this when you are talking about food, because food items have a lot of components. These are only based this assessment on the content of food they have in fat, salt, protein, but it is not so easy to make people interpret it in the most appropriate manner. Of course, it's easier if you only have the nutritional facts numbers and people when go shopping are not paying attention to the nutritional numbers for each. Of course, if you have a color in the front package of the food item, you'll see, oh, this is red. Perhaps I will not buy too much of this. I will not consume too much of this. Oh, this is green, not a problem. You can put more than one. You can. It's easier, and people don't have much time to spend one day or one afternoon or one morning in the supermarket. We can make this message in an easier way to the communities. This is good, of course. This can have advantage, but then we have the not so good thing related to it. That is the wrong interpretations that may occur by the populations, and we have to make some intervention sessions and explain this to the populations, and of course the standardizations to establish what is yellow, what is green, what is red, because it is not admissible that the own brands make this evaluation, and of course some products they want to label it as green, another as red, and then when we compare the numbers, we can ask, so why this is red and why this is green, and we find some discrepancies in these labels, because there is no standardization, there is no legal values determined for consider, for example, a product that has more than 25% of fat, we have to consider it as red. We don't have that to our 20 or to our 30. We don't have that. This is defined and established for each brand. So in some cases, we find some discrepancies in the labels and in the colors we have in the market, and this can make wrong decisions by the communities.
So we can say that if we are introducing something new, so we need to first educate the people so that like they don't think about the signals that green we can go, we can buy it in
Yes,
abundant
because the
amount.
very the most the easier the easiest is that the people make the association direct to the red light, to the green light that's in the traffic. Red stop, green go through with no problem. This is how they will interpret, and with reason, because nobody explained there what this means applied to the food.
And next thing is that if they are introducing something new, they should standardize it so that
Yes.
there are no discrepancies in that. Everything which is added to the product should be labeled or mentioned on the product so that people can trust and eat them
Yes.
without any
These
harm.
interventions in the community is very important, because the introduction of information, more information, and what information in the product, that is can be very interesting. But if people are not awareness and they have not the knowledge to interpret and to read, it will serve for nothing. You can put there, if you can't read, if you don't know how to read, if I give you a very beautiful text, you don't know what is there. I can put very valuable information on that paper, on that text, but if you don't know to read, don't know how to read, that is not for nothing. It's the same. This is right the same.
Then it would be of no use, obviously, if you are not able to read it, how
Yes,
much
yes.
beautiful they have
Yes.
labeled on that, then it is of no use. So if something new is coming, then that should be educated to the people that this means this means this, so that they can make the better choices rather than like blindly picking up something from the supermarket or anything else.
Yes, yes. We have to educate. We have to learn. That is the most important thing. We can think. We can find some strategies, some tools, some new ideas to incorporate on the labels. But not only do this must be combined with clarifying sessions, education sessions, to be sure that people know how to interpret, how to read the information included on the labels. Or otherwise, they can be still making wrong choices based on wrong readiness, on wrong interpretations of the information, of the systems, of the colors we include there. That is the point.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My question is, in what ways, how can this model be applied to the local food businesses or small scale food businesses with limited resources?
With limited resources into the further to the but
Local food business, just small scale businesses, food business.
local food. Yes, that is an interesting question because this will require, of course, evaluation. I don't know how is the general panorama and the legislation of food here in India, but in Portugal, even if it is local or not, all foods that are sold must be accompanied by nutrition facts, must be accompanied with the nutritional information. So, if we think about the costs, is to find some standardization or agency that will regulate and that will make this transposition of the numbers to colors. Of course, if here in your country it is not mandatory to have on the labels, I don't know, to have on the labels these nutritional facts, and you have to implement it and to have to carry out laboratory analysis to determine which is the content of nutritional composition of that food, that can be more expensive and of course more difficult to implement a system like this. I don't know. This is also a question I have. It is mandatory here in India that all food products that are sold to the people be present this nutritional information or not? No. There isn't specific regulatory issues or legislation in accordance with the presence of nutritional facts in the labels.
FSSAI.
It is or not?
Yes, there is FSSAI standard protocol.
Yes, it is mandatory. So if it is mandatory, I think it is easier to harmonize and establish a system like this. But then, of course, it's not only to make this transposition numbers to colors. The explanation, the education, it is very, very important, very relevant. Thank you.
So,
Hello.
as far as I'm aware, we don't have such indicators in India currently. But as an example, like if we were to book a trip on Google and we go to any travel website, they mention how many carbon footprints this particular journey will involve. But when we make decisions, we are only looking at the cost or the convenience of our travel. We never really make our decision based on that carbon footprint parameter. So maybe as an example, even this, even if they put this green yellow and green yellow red traffic, I don't know how much it would be practical.
Of course, if you don't explain, if you don't motivate people and how to read, how to interpret, it can be so practical, or can be worse, that not so practical, can lead to wrong interpretations and to wrong and result in wrong choices from the people. Of course, the simple act of attribute the color to the label of a specified food, I have serious doubts that can work for itself. This must be accompanied by other actions. And also in the restaurants, okay, we labeled the restaurants in green, yellow according to their practices. But if we explain the restaurants how they can change their practices to become more sustainable and to make other choices, of course, it works in a different way. The same in the supermarket, not only to include the colors and to attribute the colors to each food item. This must be accompanied by other kind of interventions, implementation of programs, education, to make people know how to associate the colors to their choices. But of course, it's the same like in the traffic when you see the red light. And I ask if aren't there any vehicles that go through even with the red. Of course, there are, and they are fine or not. But then it is up to the people to know what to do. The drivers know that they should stop in the red, but we see some of them also cross away. It's the same. You can make this this analog to the food choices. But at least we have the obligation to explain very well and to educate very well the populations, the people, how to interpret this, and not only to implement the colors and put the colors in the problems and see what happens, and see how the people will learn interpret this. This is not so good, not so advantageous. So we have to, at the same time, or even before implementing this color system, to explain, to educate the communities about how they should interpret this information.
So with respect to the checklist that you mentioned, so like practically if we were to try exploring using that here, like one of the first question was water conservation, and we checked through the water meter.
This checklist should be, of course, validated to the place, to the region, and according to the habits where it will be applied. And this was validated for Brazil. I'd like to highlight that again. Of course, if I want to evaluate Indian food establishments, restaurants, first of all, we should think on the items. If all of these items make sense to be evaluated or applied directly to the Indian environment. And perhaps, or for sure, I can say that some of them should be replaced for other items. This is important to highlight. I can't apply directly this checklist to Indian restaurants. That is important. The first of all is to see which of these items can be adopted. Another, we should adapt. Another, delete, and then others we should include for new. So this is the first thing, and not to bring the checklist directly applied to the Indian, not to the States or to the Portuguese context.
So if I ask your advice, if we don't have a water meter,
you don't have water?
If we don't have a water meter to calculate how much water is being consumed, is there any indirect way to calculate? Because you mentioned 10 liters per meal. Is there any way that we can indirectly calculate the water consumption in that restaurant or that establishment?
It is not easy, of course, but we are thinking the resources we have in that place and what is reasonable and not regarding the consumption. And of course, that will also depend on the activities led in that establishment. Because one thing is the use of some amount of water to produce this amount of food, and another thing is to use the same amount of water to produce the double or the triple amount of food. So this must be studied, depends on the context and of course the establishment.
So one more question: why didn't you do this in Portugal? Why did you do this only in Brazil?
Because this is an international collaboration. This is a work that I collaborated, but I was not the main supervisor. This was supervised from my colleagues in Brazil, from the University of Brasilia, and since I have collaborated them for years, so I contributed with my expertise to this work. And one of the steps we would like to do, of course, and we are thinking, is to implement it in Portugal and then to compare the results.
And so can we use this paper to use that tool to explore its usage here?
Yes, yes, of course. Here and in other contexts, this is one of the further directions we point out in our conclusions, is to make this tool also applied in other environments, in other regions, and then of course compare the studies. It's like, for example, the eating content scale that is validated started with the Sartre scale in the United States, but now we have already validated in several countries, in Turkey, in Brazil. So that is one of the points to then to compare and validate it to different countries, different regions, and compare the results. Of course, you can work on them. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So my question is regarding the checklist. So are they asking the question directly from the employees of the restaurants?
If you are questioning directly the employees, yes, of course, it passes by that. If they, on their daily activities, if they are sustainability practices, that's one of the points of the section one or two, if I don't remember, yes, but is to see how in their daily work they implement sustainable practices or not. Yes, of course, it is considered the materials of their clothes. That is also responsibility from the establishment. But all of this is assessed, and then we have the total score, and it will comprises all of these aspects. Yes.
And were there a measure to double check the information to avoid false information?
To double check.
Yes, like did they check the answers if they are telling the truth or not?
Yes, but some of these, of course, we answer, but then we have the visual content and see if this is really true and have the correspondence to the reality. This is not only to question them; it is also to evaluate in local, in situ.
Sorry, I did not get the last line.
This evaluation is also to make it in situ, in local, to observe, not only ask and based on what they answer. Then we have to check and we go to these 97 restaurants in local, in person.
So they check the
Yes.
restaurant kitchen and
Yes.
everything. Okay. Thank you.
Microphone.
Sir, even in in-house establishment in a university, if we go and ask them that we would like to check this, they usually politely refuse. So how they did
So,
practically?
but that restaurants are not involved in the study. If they are involved in the study, they accept the conditions and they are informed in a very early stage how will this work.
Was there anything given to them that if you participate, something that kind of?
No, because they want to know if they are using sustainable practices or not. It is also of their interest to see if they are in the good way or not and what they can do to become better, because then of course they know their punctuations are in the different aspects that they are well and other that they are not so well, and we recommend some modifications they need to do to become better. So it is of their interest. Of course, there are establishments that are not interested in participate. That's true. But in this, we assessed, of course, all of them knew the rules and knew that they participate in this, and they were interested in know their results. And of course, another thing that we could do is to make this evaluation once again and see if they improved these results, because now you know that you have this punctuation, and you have the punctuation of 40 points. Let's see, in 3 months, in 1 year, I don't know, in a period of time, reasonable period of time, if you made the necessary changes to become better. And in last year I obtained 45 points, and now, for example, I reached 75, and I'm considered sustainable. I received the green light. I changed from red to green, or not, or it is the same. I didn't do nothing, and I am still working to make things change. So this would be, of course, interesting to see if there is any kind of evolution or not. It's the same when we go to a restaurant or a food establishment. We make hygiene assessment system, a checklist to evaluate the hygienic conditions and the good manufacturing practice, good hygiene practices, if they are accomplished or not with the regulations, and we punctuate in 70 points out of 100. But then you want to see in 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, if they become better and they learn with that evaluation and they made any modifications to become better and see if they have a higher punctuation than 3 months before. It's like the same. That is important. That is monitoring. That is controlling. It is not only to give the color or to give this punctuation and that's all. No, it would be important also to keep on assessing, to keep on verifying, monitoring, to make things getting better. I have no interest in seeing that in 100 restaurants, none of them was considered green, was considered to have good sustainable practices. The idea is in the future, make a new evaluation in the same establishments and see in each point if they improved or not. And if not, the reasons for not achieve that improvement. This is important for sure. And this is important not only for the researchers, not only for the regulatory that will assess, but mainly for the restaurant, for the establishment. But of course, not at all see the things like that and keep want to do the things as they want, and they don't care about sustainability. There are establishments with that. I don't care about it. My business is working. I still earning money with this. I don't want to know nothing about sustainability. I will not implement nothing new. I will not invest nothing. I will not change everything. So that will depend, of course, but with the also the awareness, the changing minds of the demand and the demands of the consumer nowadays, and all these things and all these discussions about the sustainable development goals, sustainability issues, the concerns about the limited animal-based resource and how important it is to make substitutions to plant-based foods, of course. It is of interest for the restaurants, for the food establishments, food companies to adopt some of these new food behaviors, food choices, food products, and make it available to the populations because in theory they will buy more and they will get more frequently to the restaurant. That is the main goal of the restaurants, to sell more, to have more customers, more clients, and to make more money. But of course, some of them don't see on that way and are satisfied with the earnings they have, and they don't want to make any kind of change or investment, and don't care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my question is that are there any points assigned to any restaurant that if some restaurant is getting these much points within the limits, then it will be assigned as green restaurant, or if some restaurant is getting this much points, then it will be assigned as yellow or red? Are there points, or on what
No, the
basis?
cutoff points is for total. Of course, that could be interesting to see if, for example, in some specific points you can have, for example, a restaurant with 0 points in some sections and be considered green if it accomplishes the maximum punctuation in the other points. This can be one of the limitations, of course, of applying of this tool. We try to divide it in these three sections, but of course, then for the establishment of green, yellow, or red, it is based on the total punctuation. So we have these three sections, but can be discrepancies, of course, in the punctuations between these sections. But even if you have a green label, this doesn't mention you accomplished with everything that is supposed to be considered the most right sustainable practice. Even if you have green, the green means that you have a score of at least 75% positive responses, of positive check responses in this checklist, but you're still missing on 25. So where are missing this 25%? So you can even get better results, and that is an objective in the next evaluation period to get better results. If I reach 75, I want to reach 80. I want to reach 85 until I can complete the maximum punctuation of the 100%. So yes, that is true.
And sir, are there any results that the restaurant once got 75 or 80%?
No.
Then after that, the results were degraded and it came from green to red or yellow, anything like that results?
It can happen. In this study, we just evaluated in one moment, and we didn't obtain any green results. So all the restaurants who are assessed under the 75%, we have almost half non-sustainable, or it means less than 40%, and another 50%, 47% in the yellow. So we didn't have any positive result of 75 or higher percentage. But of course, the results can vary, even higher or lower results in the second or third moment of evaluation. Yes, of course, it can happen. That is important also. That is one of the reasons it is important to keep evaluating and the same establishments, to keep them in high standards, and
Like they
with
can feel that, oh, I got 75 or 85 and I am in sustainable restaurant, so now I can do whatever I want. In the next evaluation we will be upgrading our quality or something
yes,
like
but
that.
that is not the goal. That is not the idea. Of course, they can think on that. I'm good, so I don't need to take care more about this. But that is not true, because if you relax, if you not pay attention to this, you can get lower results in the next evaluation time. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful presentation on the GRASS tool, a truly innovative approach towards evaluating sustainability in the restaurant sector. The idea of using traffic light indicators to classify restaurants based on their eco-friendly practices not only simplifies understanding but also inspires responsible choices both for consumers and service providers. The session beautifully highlighted how sustainability in food services goes beyond menus. It's about mindful management of resources, social responsibility, and long-term environmental impact. It's truly thought-provoking to see how such models can guide us toward a greener, more accountable food system for the future. With that enriching session, it's now time to recharge ourselves as well. Let's take a break and head for lunch. We'll reconvene after the break for the next engaging session. Thank you. Lunch and are feeling refreshed for the final set of session for the day. To begin, let's have a quick recap of the lecture we attended before lunch. I will now like to invite Ms. Ria to give us a brief summary of the previous session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to brief the previous lecture, which was about Green Restaurants Assessment GRAS, a tool for evaluation and classification. This presentation mainly focused on how we can evaluate and promote sustainability in the restaurant industries. The GRAS tool was developed and validated in Brazil to measure how well restaurants follow sustainable practices. It looks at three major indicators: environmental, social, and economic sustainability. These three pillars together show whether a restaurant is truly sustainable or not just by being eco-friendly but also by being socially responsible and economically stable. The GRAS tool uses a traffic light system to classify restaurants. Those that follow strong sustainable practices receives a green seal. Restaurants with moderate efforts are given a yellow seal, and those that show very little or non-sustainable activity receives a red seal. This makes it easy to identify which restaurants are performing well and which need improvement. From the study conducted in the Brazilian Federal District, it was found that modern restaurants lack sustainable actions, especially in areas like waste management, energy conservation, and responsible source of ingredients. This shows that there is still a big gap between awareness and actual implementation. The study also emphasized that sustainability should not only be about environmental issues, it should also include fair treatment of workers, support local communities, and long term business stability. The speaker also compared the results with other international studies. For example, research from Australia shows that customer expectations play a major role in motivating restaurants to become greener. Similarly, studies from other countries highlighted that chefs' creativity and resourcefulness can greatly help in reducing food waste and promoting sustainable cooking methods. These findings shows that everyone from restaurant owners and chefs to customers has a role in making food service sector more sustainable. In conclusion, the GRASS tools provides a simple and effective way to evaluate restaurants based on sustainability. It encourages restaurants to adopt greener practices and helps consumers make more informed choices. The overall message of this lecture was that sustainability in restaurants is not just a trend but a necessary step toward protecting our environment, ensuring social responsibility, and supporting the global goals for developmental. Thank you.
Thank you, Ria, for the clear and concise briefing. Now we move to the tutorial session titled Classroom Discussion on the Role of Food Handlers in Improving Food Quality and Confidence of the Final Consumer. The session will be conducted by Dr. Antonio, and since this is his last session with us in this GIAN program, I encourage all participants to make it as interactive as possible. Feel free to share your thoughts, experiences, and questions throughout the session. Let's welcome Dr. Antonio to lead this final and engaging session.
The session? I think is not. Discussion in the first. No, that's the green. Yes, that, that one. Yes, perfect. Good afternoon. I hope all of you had a great lunch and are ready for our last session of the course. And let's go to it. And in this last session, we will discuss the role of food handlers in improving food quality and confidence on the final consumer, and the hands-on millet-based products development also focused on the millet-based products. And first of all, let's point out how important is that consumers trust in food and in the food system. And this is a responsibility of all of us, all of the stakeholders, to make all the population, all the consumers that have trust in what they buy from the point of view of safe products. So product assurance that supports consumer confidence in the safety and quality of food. And we have, for example, the food packaging labels that we have already discussed in the previous session that provide the information of all the products at the point of purchase when we are buying these products. We are talking about the food attribute claims, the certifications, the country and region origin, and it is related with country image and the food traceability information. And then we have also the food system actors, those ones who supply the food or assure its safety and quality. In this regard, we have the food supply chain operators, who produce, process, manufacture, and distribute and sell the food items. We are talking on the farmers, producers, the manufacturers and processors, and the retailers. and also the food industry influencers who detect or influence the food safety and quality parameters, as the government agencies and third-party institutions and some advocacy groups and the mass media. So it is a role of all the involved in this action, how to make consumers have more trust in what they buy. Here we have a study that pointed out the available evidences for factors associated with safe food handling practices. And from this study, we depicted the factors. We have very different factors, and then the total studies that included and researched these same factors, and then those ones with a score greater than 50%, the positive score with more equal or more 50%. And we found out that those studies that included the factors of food safety attitudes and food safety knowledge were where we found more evidence, stronger evidence regarding these factors associated with the food handling practices. You have also then this figure that represents the conceptual framework and illustrates the available evidences for factors associated with safe food handling practices. We can see the arrows that are in bold. We find a very strong association. For example, the food safety knowledge and the food safety attitudes, a very strong association with the use of safe food handling practices by the food handlers. Then you have the moderate group, and it also associated with this moderate relation that we have the food safety training, and then the non-bold with the evidence is limited, as we can see the work experience, type of food premises, and the education level. And when we have the absence of arrows linking social, demographic, and other factors to safe food handling practices is because we have no evidence. And these factors are these that are gender, age, marital status, income, and also other factors like the premises, location, type of hand washing facility, adequacy of building and facilities, presence of insects and rodents. This doesn't mean that these factors cannot be related or can be associated with this, but the evidence that we can find in the literature is insufficient. We have not that robust evidence in the literature, not so great as into the other factors that are represented in, especially in bold. These are also the review of insights to improve food safety in the food service industry, and we can find here that the insights to improve food safety in food services. This study found, for example, educational needs. Then food safety culture and climate assessment is an appropriate starting point to identify the educational needs of that society. The educational strategies to plan educational actions based on educational needs and diagnosis, that knowledge communication, the risk perception should be improved through practical and on-site education, once again highlighting the important role of education also in these food safety practices in the food service industry. And then the management, co-worker support and leadership are the strongest factors in a food safety environment, in a food safety climate. This is the major premise on which improvement strategies should be based. Leaders must convey the company's mission, values, and objectives to all the employees, and this should work in perfect collaboration between all the parties involved. Again, the applied food safety measures aligned with organizational culture involve all employees in its implementation and increase the focus on food safety. The improve of infrastructure and environment as adequate facilities, improve practices and culture. The financial and non-financial rewards to provide these rewards and praise the employees for good behavior and warn or bad behaviors. Be aware of job complexity. With many food preparation steps, a complex job reduces food safety and increases burnout, disaffection, and motivation. All of these aspects are related with the management are of extreme importance. And then those related with the employees and the increase of employees' self-commitment by involving them in the planning stages and decisions on food safety. It is also of great relevance. Here we have 12 clusters regarding the food safety culture elements, dimensions that we can also identify in the literature, and they are the people, so the knowledge, experience, training, behavior, attitudes, all related to the people system. The commitment we have already raised out in the previous slide. The self-commitment, management, the commitment, the cooperation, the leadership, control, competence, and the management that support that they support to the all the involved. The food safety management system. These management systems, the style of process control and process thinking, the risk perception, awareness, judgment, and underestimation, the work environment, this environment support, infrastructure, facilities, equipment, and resources. The consistency and coherence of the formal systems and the practice. The communication, also another very important element, the communication and information symmetry. The pressure, the work pressure, normative beliefs, and workload and time. This can also affect the food safety culture. Then the power of adaptability and the policy and strategy, the vision, value, strategy, objectives, and the business priorities. And finally, but not least, the external environment that also is related to the food safety culture. The external factors, company, national values, and the national culture. Here we have the example of the milk and meat safety in developing countries, and how is the vision and what are the challenges regarding this. You can see here the vision, mission, and strategic goal, and we have the vision of safe and healthy food for all individuals, the mission of strengthened food control system to promote, protect, and support consumer health, and the strategic goal of strengthening country capacity in managing food safety risk through integrated food control programs across all the food chain. So to implement approach as an implementation approach strategy, it's important to establish cross-sectional collaboration mechanism for food control programs at national level, to encourage academics to support the government in food control, motivate food business operators to undertake primary responsibility in this food control, and implement technology advancements to support food control. So if all of this works, it will be much easier to make consumers trust in not only the quality but also in the innocuousness and in the safe of the products they will be provided. So here you can see this sharing of responsibilities and tasks between the government, academic, the food business, and finally at last point the consumer. Regarding the the millet-based products development, we can see here the major millet-producing countries, and it is not with surprise that we see India is the greatest and the greatest producer of this of this millet-based products development. So let's explore, or more than explore, to summarize a little bit what we have already discussed in previous sections in other lectures in our course, and that are the properties, the advantage of the utilization of these millet byproducts and for development of different value-added products. You can see they can have very different extraction techniques, one conventional and the other more sustainable as the green techniques with the utilization of biodegradable films, and utilization of food additives in comparison with other conventional techniques. And one of the problems can be the anti-nutrients that we find in millets that we have already discussed in other sessions. I will not go so in depth in this. Perhaps in discussion, if you want, we can go, but this have been already discussed. But more important that these anti-nutrients that we can find in the milk-based products, like the phytic acid, the tannins, oxalic acid, and enzyme inhibitors, we can find. It is the advantages of various processing techniques and technologies that we can apply to mitigate the effect of these anti-nutrients and to make these based milk products more interesting and more effective when we advise the consumption for the populations. We have already discussed some of these technologies, for example, soaking. Remember yesterday you have also say in the examples to even at home-made practices to have some interesting and nutritional milk-based products with soaking. Then you have also the milling, the dehuling, the parboiling, the fermentation, and the puffing and pumping. All these technologies can be used to make the role of these anti-nutrients less relevant and make more nutritional recovery of the properties of these products. So it is important to learn out of this, because these based new products can be of very great interest for some of our communities and our populations. And of course, we have part of the anti-nutrients, we have bioactive compounds that we can identify in the milk-based products, like phenolic acids, flavonoids, and all of these that we have already discussed in other sessions that can be of great interest. This is a kind of summary of what we have already learned in previous lectures. But since we are, or you are here in India, one of the greatest producers of these based new products and have a great importance, I think it should be of great interest to come again with this topic. And of course, first of all, the innocuousness and the safety of these food items must be assured. So let's discuss a little bit about this, about how important is to have the trust of the consumers for the food industry, for the food companies, and for sure for the health. Not only to choose a food item because I like it, because I like its flavor, the organoleptic characteristics, the sensory characteristics, not only because they can be good for my health, that can improve, for example, can enhance the gut microbiota, everything, but first of all, they must be safe. I must have trust that in having lunch in a food establishment, or that I will buy this food item in this store, in this market, first of all, it is a safe product. So let me know, how is your trust in the products you buy in your daily life? If you have this trust on the food establishments, on the food stores, on the markets you go, or not, and what makes you not have the trust, or what could improve your trust in that establishments, what could be made to improve this trust in the places where you buy your raw materials, your ingredients, your foods. Let me know a little bit about it. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Like, I think according to me, advertisement plays a very big role in creating trust in all the customers. Like, whenever we also go to any supermarket or in something, we demand the brand. Let it be healthy or non-healthy, does not matter. We demand a brand, that if this brand is available, please provide us that.
Okay.
So if that's not available, we might second thought, like should we buy that or not. So I think advertisement always plays a major role in building
If you are accustomed to buy some kind of food product of one brand, so you will like to buy other food products, other things for the same brand. So you have trust on the brand in one specific product, so you will trust also in the other products of that brand. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Not like it depends. Like some products of some brands, like that. We don't trust the brand. Actually, we trust the product of that brand. Like for example,
Not assured when the food safety is not, the basic food safety standards are not accomplished. It is difficult to get more interest, more trust, more confidence from the they are serving, if they are a specific establishment or not.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I just want to ask, like, how marital status affect this food safety handling everything? Like, how marital status? Like, if the person is married or unmarried, what is the link between food safety? The fact KFC, it's actually an abroad brand, US brand chicken. Like,
abroad, that it
yes.
is not from India, that it comes from
Exactly. So that is a brand in like now launched in India. Like we can say a kind of a restaurant where we find chickens. So varieties of chickens. So he's saying that the KFC chicken price is different, and the same product, if the type like recipe, if that same recipe is brought from any other normal restaurant, or if we cook at home, the price is low.
Yes, but that is understandable. That is because we are talking about different chickens. That is the same if I make the comparison, for example, in Portugal, that we are accustomed to buy, for example, and eat beef. And if we buy it in the grocery shops, in the markets, and prepare it at home, it has one price. If you go to a restaurant, make it another price. And if even you go to a restaurant that, for example, a specific species of Argentinian beef, we can pay much more. So of course this difference can happen. So I was surprised, and I was thinking that all the chickens were applied a kind of tax. I don't know why, to make them very much expensive when I go to a restaurant. But of course, after your explanation, when you say that, it is understandable. Of course, if we are talking about some kind of different species or different chickens from an international brand that comes from other side and to implement, and of course, if you want to have the experience to try or to buy or to taste that specific product, it is more expensive, and now it makes sense of the reason for high price when compared with the local products. That now I understand. I understand. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for clarification. Yes.
Your last slides, last classes, you talk about food vending machines.
Food vending machines, yes, in the previous sessions, yes.
In previous sessions, we talked to the food vending machine, and last session I will also ask you from how to their cost cutting is the beneficial for all human beings. How can we use in different ways in a small scale also, not a big scale, in a small scale also. So apart from this, can we do another practices uh, for this?
How can be cost effectively the food vending machine products for the populations in a small scale? It depends how small you are talking about, and it depends of the food items you want to introduce in the machines. For example, if you want to have food vending machines, plenty of fresh products with limited, extensive, limited shelf life period. Of course, how small will be these potential customers? So you have to think on it. Or other possibility is not to make that machine plenty of fresh products or with not so a great amount of food products. So you have to see the potential users and the ingredients, the food items we will want to make available in the machine. But can be feasible, can be visible. But of course, first of all, you have to study the potential customers we will have and their food preferences, their food habits, and what they want to buy from the vending machine. It's like a cafe or restaurant. When you open a food establishment, it is interesting to know what are the food preferences of the population you have in the neighborhoods, and to see their food habits, to see if the kind of meals you prepare, you want to sell, are adequate for that population. I don't know if it is in line with your question.
Sorry, what are you saying?
I don't know if this is aligned with your question. If this answers to your question, this.
It is actually I am asking. See, European countries per capita income different.
Yes, of course.
And Indians, that means Asian continent per capita income different. In apart, especially if you talk about India. Okay, so it is we can't actually last 9 days session going on for food security. So in my thinking, maybe per capita income is also play an important role for this.
Yes, it can be, but it depends. Again, it can work in India because what kind of investment you have in a food vending machine system and you have in a food establishment? You have less investment in a food vending machine.
In India, no too much people are doing these types of practices.
Yes, because you haven't, or you have very fewer. But if you think and if you make counts, it is what we have already discussed. In a food establishment, you will have also expenditures related with electricity, and more than electricity. You have to make the building, the infrastructures, to pay the salaries for the human resources. And with the food vending machine, you have only to make the initial investment on the equipment, or even make some agreement with a company that have already these vending machines, and provide electricity to make the machine works, and then see which foods could be of great interest to be dispensed in the machine. Of course, this must be studied, especially when people are not accustomed to this kind of selling food. But why not to try? Of course, at the starting point, you have to be very careful and conscious. But I don't see how can it be so different from the point of view of investment when compared with traditional food establishment.
But definitely per capita income, yeah. What is saying that budget, family budget, yeah.
Sorry.
I am saying that per capita income.
Per time.
Per capita, that means family income.
Yes, but what is the relationship? I don't understand. Once again, you can have cheap food in the vending machine. How can you be? How can we are discussing about the per capita income and related with the food consumption of vending machines? You can have even lower prices in vending machines than in a cafe or in another food establishment. It will depend.
Okay.
I think that there is no relation.
No. If we have a lower income,
yes,
then how can we afford? Our company is very small. You are last. Sorry.
But no, not for all the companies. I don't know. In India, you don't have any company of food vending machines. In great cities, in Delhi, in Bombay, there are no vending machine industry. In the airport, I think I saw it. So it is a question to make some agreement. For example, do they bring some of that machines, for example, here in your campus? And there is no reason for a food at higher prices there than in a canteen.
So ultimately, budget is a very important.
Sorry?
Budget. That means what?
Desert.
Yeah, budget play an important role for the establishment of this company.
But I don't understand. Desert? What desert?
Budget.
Budget. Yes, budget.
So
But once again, I don't understand the relation. But budget, how can you relate budget? Once again, I say that you can have lower prices related with the investment, with the expenditure, with the price of the end product. You can have lower prices when compared with the other food establishments. Because, for example, you don't need to pay salaries. In a canteen, in a food establishment, you need.
maybe फिर another part from hygiene is important ना. फिर again we have to pay for extra charges for this, and electricity.
Extra charge, but electricity in a food establishment for preparing a meal, you need electricity, I think, no?
No, manually people are also.
No.
Manual.
I think you need electricity to have a food establishment working. You need some people that prepare the food, and that people must have a salary. A machine, you can connect it to the electricity and nothing more.
Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for such an engaging and insightful classroom discussion. Today's interactive session beautifully highlighted the crucial role that food handlers play in maintaining food quality and ensuring consumer confidence. The points raised reflected a deep understanding of how safe food handling practices directly shape the trust and satisfaction of the final consumer. A big appreciation to all the participants for their active involvement. Your thoughtful inputs, questions, and reflections truly made this discussion lively, meaningful, and enriching for everyone. Also, on behalf of everyone here, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Antonio Rapso for being with us and guiding us so consistently over the past 10 days. Sir, it has been an honor and privilege to learn from your expertise and dedication. Your insightful sessions have broadened our perspectives and added immense value to this GIAN program. With this, we'll now take a short break before we conclude this wonderful journey. The valedictory session will begin at 4 p.m., so we request everyone to rejoin us then as we wrap up this enriching 10-day program and celebrate its successful completion. Thank you. A very good afternoon to one and all. I, Akanksha Chaudhary, on behalf of the organizing committee, extend a heartfelt welcome to our honorable dignitaries, respected faculty members, invited guests, dear colleagues, students, and participants. On this special occasion, as we mark the valedictory function of the GIAN course on food security, nutrition and innovations, and National Nutrition Month, and also commemorate World Food Day, we gather to celebrate not just the completion of a 10-day journey of knowledge, but a confluence of ideas, innovations, and inspiration. To mark this auspicious beginning, let's illuminate this event with the light of knowledge. I request our honorable dignitaries to kindly come forward for lamp lighting ceremony. At the same time, let us invoke the blessings of Ma Saraswati with the soulful Saraswati Vandana.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीम् वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Thank you, respected dignitaries. May the divine light guide us always towards knowledge and progress. Now, I kindly request all the honorable dignitaries to kindly come to the stage. Now, I request everyone to rise for the Kulgeet of our university, which reflects our vision, unity, and commitment to excellence.
विद्याधनं सर्वधनं प्रधानम् न चोरहार्यं न च राजहार्यं न भक्तिभाजं न च बालिकारी न कृते हरते विद्याधनं सर्वधनं प्रधानम् शिक्षा दीक्षा की परंपरा से रास्ता हुआ सदा कौशल और नव सृजन से सजा हुआ गौरव अभियान सजा हुआ गौरव अभियान ज्ञान विज्ञान की शक्ति से हम मंडल में हुए स्थापित सीखा है इतिहास से हमने नव तकनीकों में हुए समाहित नव तकनीकों में हुए समाहित सन बजाने कमरी सनी सनी संस्कारों की शक्ति को जब लिया है युवा ने पहचान हम सब बने राष्ट्र के रक्षक आओ कर दो भारत निर्माण आओ करे भारत निर्माण कला योग विज्ञान विधि का विश्वविद्यालय देता ज्ञान तन मन और जीवन सुचिता का देता है यह शुभ वरदान जन्म लेकर जिस्म परा पर शौर्य कर शीश बलिदान अपनी मेहनत से माटी को सोना कर दे जहाँ किसान भारतीय धरा हरियाणा पर स्थापित अपना महान शिक्षा और स्वावलंबन आओ ऐसे कुल को करें प्रणाम ऐसे कुल को करें प्रणाम ऐसे कुल को करें प्रणाम
Now, to officially commence the session, I invite Dr. Tejpal Dhiwa, Course Coordinator, GIAN Program, to deliver the welcome address and present the report of the GIAN course. Dr. Dhiwa's leadership and dedication have been the guiding force behind the smooth execution of this enriching 10-day program. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Akanksha. Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Tankeshwar Kumar Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Pawan Kumar Sharma Sir, Registrar Professor Sunil Kumar Sir, Head of the Department of Nutrition Biology, Professor Sumesh Kumar Ji, Local Coordinator GIAN Course, Gunjan Goyal Ji, esteemed faculty members, distinguished guests, dear participants, students, colleagues, good afternoon to all of you. It is with immense pride and heartfelt gratitude that I welcome you to this valedictory session of the GIAN course titled Food Security, Nutrition and Innovation. Over the past 10 days, we have embarked a transformative academic journey, one that not only dependent on understanding of food system, but also inspired us to think critically involving about future of nutrition. This course, initiated under the global initiative of academic network that we simply call GIAN by the Ministry of Education, Government of India, has truly lived to its vision for fostering global academic collaboration by bridging together international, national, industry professional and local community engagement. We have created a vibrant platform for knowledge sharing, policy dialogue and scientific exploration. As the course coordinator, I am delighted to share that we have successfully hosted 57 participants from across country. We have registered 59, but two participants couldn't attend due to some reasons, representing a rich diversity academic institution, professional backgrounds, from faculty members of All India Medical Institute, New Delhi, to research scholar from AMU, Mansoor University, Soloni University, student from the Allahabad University, and of course Central University of Haryana. Your enthusiasm and engagement have been cornerstone of this program's success. Throughout the course, we navigated a wide spectrum of themes from food safety, nutrition policy to technological innovation and global regulatory frameworks. The academic structure comprising 24 expert-led lectures, 8 tutorials, 2 hands-on or practical sessions, and including a food industry visit, and a student developed a millet-based product there also. And we have organized interactive presentations and discussions also, has enabled us to foster a multidisciplinary and collaborative learning environment. Your active participation, insightful questions, and thoughtful reactions have been enriched every session. We are especially honored to host Dr. Antonio Rapso from the Lusophone University of Humanities and Technologies, Lisbon, Portugal. His global perspective on food safety innovation has added immense value to our discussions. Dr. Rapso presents exemplify the spirit of academic diplomacy and the importance of cross-border learning in addressing global challenges. Equally, we extend our deepest appreciation to National Institute of Food Technology and Management under the Ministry of Food Processing and Industries. Their contributions have provided us with critical insight into Indian evolving food landscape and policy frameworks. As we conclude this enriching program, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir, and University leadership for unwavering support. My heartfelt thank also goes to Department of Nutrition Biology, our dedicated organizing team, and each one of you, including our participant, for their commitment and curiosity. Let us carry forward the knowledge, connections, and inspiration we have gained here. May this experience empower us to contribute meaningfully to the future of food security nutrition, both locally and globally. So thank you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for that comprehensive overview and the warm words of welcome. Every journey becomes more meaningful when we reflect upon it. We now invite participants of the GIAN program to share their feedback, their experiences, learnings, and takeaways from this wonderful course.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yogit, a second year master's student studying nutrition biology from the Department of Nutrition Biology. This 10 days of GIAN program were very useful and connected well with studies in my nutrition biology. We learned how global dietary guidelines, food policies, and sustainability ideas relate to what we study about nutrition and health. It also gave us a broader view of how nutrition is not just about individual choice, but also about environment, economy, society. This 10 days taught us how food, health, and sustainability are connected. I would like to thank in some words in Portuguese as well. Este programa GIAN fue una experiencia extremadamente valiosa para nos. Llevaremos este conocimiento para nuestras pequeñas futuras prácticas profesiones. Mucho obrigado. I thank all the speakers, coordinators, and Central University of Haryana for this wonderful learning. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dilshida from Department of Nutrition Biology, Central University of Haryana. and it's an honor to share my reflection on the 10 days of this GIAN course, Food Security, Nutrition and Innovation. The 10-day session included various aspects of nutrition with respect to sustainability and the problems in different countries and how climate change, war and waste affect what we eat. The discussions, expert talks, and classroom activities made the learning very interactive and practical. I sincerely thank all the speakers, organizers, and Nutrition Biology Department for giving us this wonderful opportunity to learn and grow. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nishu Sangan, research scholar from Department of Biochemistry. It is a great privilege for me to share my reflections as a participant of the GIAN workshop, which was on food security, nutrition, and innovation, organized by the Department of Nutrition, Central University of Haryana. This workshop has truly been an enlightening and inspiring experience to me. Over the past few days, we had explored critical dimensions of food security, nutritional well-being, and the role of innovation in improving public health. The sessions beautifully connected global perspective with local realities, encouraging us to think about sustainable solutions to nutritional challenges. We were extremely fortunate to learn from our distinguished international speaker, Dr. Antonio Rapso, from Portugal, whose lectures and discussions offered deep insights into the innovative approaches being adopted worldwide to enhance food system and nutrition outcomes. His explanations, real-life examples, and interactive teaching style made complex topics engaging and easy to grasp. The workshop also featured informative sessions from esteemed faculty and researchers covering topics such as sustainable diets, functional food, modern food processing techniques, nutrition-sensitive agriculture, and policy framework for food security. The blend of theory and practice, along with interactive Q&A sessions, made the learning truly holistic. As a participant, I particularly appreciated the interactive discussions and group activities which allowed us to express our views and learn collaboratively. It was inspiring to see participants from diverse academic and research backgrounds come together to share knowledge and build ideas. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Department of Nutrition for organizing this impactful event and for their excellent coordination throughout. Special thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Dean Research, and our Registrar Sir, and the RDC for their continuous encouragement and guidance. The GIAN workshop has not only broadened our academic understanding but also strengthened our motivation to contribute to research and innovation in the field of nutrition and food security. I am confident that the knowledge and experiences gained here will guide our future work and inspire meaningful contribution to the society. Thank you once again to the organizers, experts, and fellow participants for making this workshop such a memorable and enriching experience. Thank you.
Thank you for those heartfelt reflections. Now, next, we are deeply honored to have with us Dr. Antonio Rapso from Lisbon, Portugal, our foreign faculty whose insightful lectures and unwavering guidance enriched every session. We now invite Dr. Rapso to share his feedback and closing remarks of the GIAN ceremony.
Good afternoon, everyone. And firstly, I want to compliment all of you. Firstly, the chair members in the persons of the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university, Central University of Haryana, the Sir Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Pawan Kumar, and the Registrar, Professor Sunil Kumar, and the Dr. Tejpal Dev, I have to make a special thanks to make this course a reality since we began to draft, I think, 1.5 years ago, and here we are in the closing day of this course. And I have also nothing to say but express my gratitude and special thanks to all of you, the participants, and most of you students that attended to all the sessions, and very interactive and posing a lot of questions. And this is not only a sharing experience from me to you, but also 10 days, almost 2 weeks of learning experiences, of course, different ways to see the life and spending your daily routines in this wonderful place, in this wonderful campus and country. And I only have to say this is not the ending. I believe this is the start of very future. I've talked today this morning with Dr. Teshpal. This is the opportunity to begin new collaborations, and not only from the academic point of view, but also for sharing experiences, sharing lives, and that is my great hope that this is the starting point of very soon future collaborations between our institutions. Of course, we are very open to that, and this is the words that I have. My only regret is not to stay here for more couple of days or even weeks to know in situ, in local, like the visit we have yesterday to the food industrial, the excursion we have, and to know better with the people that work on the field and see how they take their lives. This is my only regret, that I can stay here for more 2 weeks, not closed in this room, but go outside and know your beautiful country. So once again, thank you very much. And it was a pleasure to being here, not only sharing experience, but also to learn a lot from your lovely culture and country. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir, for being with us these 10 days and for imparting such profound knowledge to our participants. Your presence and expertise have only enriched this GIAN course and broadened our global perspective. And now, to continue with the next segment of our valedictory session, I'd like to invite Ms. Chinmay to kindly lead us through the next part of the program. Over to you, Chinmay.
Good evening to all of you present here, and I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you all a very happy and wholesome World Food Day today, since it also happens to be 16th of October. Drawing down the curtains on the National Nutrition Month 2025 that we have celebrated from 1st of September to 15th of October, I'd like to invite Dr. Vidulata Pedireddy, convener of the National Nutrition Month 2025, to throw some light on the World Food Day and to present the report regarding the National Nutrition Month. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chinmay. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Tankeshwar Kumar, Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Pawan Kumar Sharma, Registrar, Sir, Professor Sunil Kumar, international guest, Dr. Antonio Raposo, Head Department of Nutrition Biology, Professor Umesh Kumar, Professor Kanti Prakash Sharma, Dr. Tejpal Sir, Dr. Savita Ma'am, Dr. Anita, heads of other departments, faculty, students, and all the guests. It's a privilege to stand before you today on this special occasion as we mark World Food Day 2025 and reflect on our commitment to nutrition and food security. First, let me tell a few words on what we are celebrating. So, World Food Day is observed on 16th October each year. This commemorates the founding of the Food and Agriculture Organization. And for 2025, the theme is Hand in Hand for Better Foods and a Better Future. So, this theme is a call to global cooperation among governments, communities, farmers, civil society, individuals to build food systems that are sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. So in India, we also observe National Nutrition Week from 1st to 7th of September and National Nutrition Month generally in September to highlight the importance of nutrition in health, development and well-being. So the theme in India for 2025 is Eat Right for a Better Life. So through these observations, our aim was to raise awareness, encourage healthy eating habits and remind policymakers and citizens alike that nutrition is foundational to growth, learning and it is lifelong. So as a part of Nutrition Month, we, the Department of Nutrition Biology, have conducted various programs throughout the month such as quiz competitions, poster competition, banner competition.
student outreach programs on food adulteration, where we have demonstrated how to detect common food adulterants to school children of classes 7th, 8th, and 9th. And we have conducted even awareness rallies. Reputed institutions like Indian Institute of Rice Research, Hyderabad. So talking about the current global and local challenges, we are still facing significant challenges. So globally, there is an estimated 673 million people who are living with hunger even today. And at the same time, we observe rising rates of overweight, obesity, and diet-related non-communicable diseases in many countries, including India. So food systems are under pressure from climate change, conflict, supply chain disruptions, and inequality. And moreover, food wastage across the production, supply, retail, and household levels is a huge inefficiency that we must address. So what is this hand in hand for better food and better future means in practice? So the theme encourages collaboration at all levels, and how we are going to translate into action is, first we have to support small farmers and sustainable agriculture. So we have to encourage local food systems, agroeconomical practices, and crop diversity, fair market across, so that farmers can prosper while protecting land, water, and biodiversity. And we have to ensure access to healthy and affordable diets. So that means good nutrition must be within reach of all, especially vulnerable groups like children, pregnant women, and elderly. So that means government policies, subsidies, school meals, public health programs must prioritize nutrient-rich foods. And we have to reduce food waste and loss. So from farm to fork, we must reduce losses due to spoilage, poor storage, inefficient transport, and wasteful consumer behavior. So here are the things I want, or the take-home message is: food is not just about filling stomachs. Food connects to health, education, environment, equity, and dignity. Eating right doesn't mean expensive or complex. Even simple choices, more whole grains, pulses, vegetables, less sugary and low ultra-processed foods can make a very big difference. So each one of us has a role at home, at university, as consumers. We have to avoid food wastage. We have to make wise food choices, and we have to support the local produce and the local farmers. So Swadeshi Bano, not Videshi, and we have to act hand in hand, families, communities, governments, youth. We all can build a future where everyone has to access to safe nutrition food, and where our India is actually respected. So in closing, let me reaffirm that food security and good nutrition are not faraway goals. They are immediate and everyday priorities. So on this World Food Day, let us pledge to work hand in hand. And now I request everyone on the dais and off the dais to please kindly stand and take the pledge with me. Please everyone repeat after me. We will value our farmers, protect our soils, water, and biodiversity. We will make responsible choices in our daily eating, and we will not waste the food. We will all take small, consistent steps together and build a better future for ourselves, for our children, and for our world. Thank you one and all. Jai Hind. Over to you, Chinmay.
Thank you, ma'am, for this thought-provoking and comprehensive report that you have given. Now I'd like to invite Akanksha back onto the stage for the felicitation of the guests. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay, for the smooth continuation. No celebration is complete without expressing gratitude. We now proceed with the felicitation of our esteemed guest as a token of our deep respect and appreciation for their presence and contribution. I request all the faculty members of the Department of Nutrition Biology to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Professor Tankeshwar Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Haryana. Now, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Tankeshwar Kumar Sir, to felicitate Dr. Antonio Rapso, Foreign Faculty of this GIAN program. Now, I again request all the faculty members of Nutrition Biology Department to felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Pawan Kumar Sharma, Pro Vice Chancellor, Central University of Haryana. I again request all the faculty members to felicitate our special guest, Professor Sunil Kumar, Registrar, Central University of Haryana. आपका ही है इसके बाद Thank you to all our dignitaries for accepting this humble token of respect. We have a special gift for Antonio sir to be presented from the Vice Chancellor of Central University of Haryana. Next, to introduce our respected Registrar Sir, Professor Sunil Kumar, I request Dr. Savita Budhwar, Convener National Nutrition Month, to kindly come forward. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kansha. Good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed my privilege and honor to introduce Professor Sunil Kumar, Registrar, Central University of Haryana, whose career blends academic brilliance, research depth, and administrative excellence. Professor Sunil Kumar is a distinguished professor in theoretical nuclear and intermediate energy physics, computational physics, and radiation physics, spanning more than 25 years in research and over 2 decades in teaching, authored and co-authored more than 120 research publications in reputed peer-reviewed journal and has 9 patents to his credit. Under his able mentorship, 14 PhD scholars have successfully completed their doctoral research. His scientific pursuits have been supported by major national funding agencies including DST, CSIR, UGC, Department of Atomic Energy. He has also represented India in several international scientific collaborations and conferences across Japan, Canada, Korea and Poland, bringing global perspective to his research and teaching. Beyond research, Professor Sunil Kumar has demonstrated exemplary leadership and administrative acumen. He has served in several key positions as head of the department, dean, and currently as registrar, Central University of Haryana. In these roles, he has been instrumental in strengthening academic, promoting research culture, and streamlining governance with a vision for transparency, quality, and growth. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Sunil Kumar sir, Registrar, Central University of Haryana. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Antonio Rapso, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Tejpal Deva, my faculty colleague and participants. The topic of this discussion, which is conducted under GIAN, is very important: food security, nutrition, and innovation. You see, when we say word food security, that means we want to increase the production. I have also been working in this field for last 4 or 5 years with the help of nutrition department. What could I see in the last 4 years? That when we are increasing the production, we are using more fertilizers. When we are using more fertilizers, we are making our food more or less nutrition and more, which is food is not good for the health, and lots of problems like cancer are coming into picture. So this last 4 year, because I am working in this field, so I would just want to share my view on this one, because what I have seen, when we are increasing the production, increasing the fertilizer, we are also playing with the nutrition value, with total phenolic contents, phytochemicals, and other properties which are associated with the food, which keep on decreasing, and then we start producing the functional foods. You see, one way we are producing the grains, then we are making it functional foods. On the way, we are playing with the nutritional value of the foods. So when I was going through this topic, I thought that when we are talking about food security, nutrition, then innovations are must, because we need to produce the food, we need to do the innovation in this field, so that we can feed, or we can be you can say secure the food, but also at the not playing with the health of the soil, because these days I have done this research in the 2-3 states, grain from the 2-3 states, which I found that the health of the soil is not good, and the taste of the food or taste of the fruits, if you go from here to Himachal, you will find different. So that is happening only because of we are trying to produce more and more. So this innovations are required so that we can secure both the things. And I urge all the participants that they might have learned the new techniques, they should also transfer their knowledge into technology, because we are lacking here. We are producing paper, we are producing patent, but when we go from patent to technology, we are out of 10, maybe 1 is going into technology. That we are lacking. So the participants who are present here, they should make sure, or the nutrition biology student or bio student are present here, they should at least develop one technology, so that our country should become a technology hub, so that we can produce more and more good food which is good for the health of the people. And I congratulate Dr. Tejpal Deva for conducting this course successfully. I also congratulate Department of Nutrition Biology and all the organizer of this GIAN program. And I hope that this kind of program will be conducted from time to time. With these words, thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and constant support. Now, I request Dr. Vidulata Pedireddy, Convener, National Nutrition Month, to introduce our guest of honor, Pawan Kumar Sharma, Pro Vice Chancellor, Central University of Haryana. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Akanksha. So, with your permission, it's an honor to introduce Professor Pawan Kumar Sharma sir, Pro Vice Chancellor and Senior Professor, Central University of Haryana. He is a distinguished academician with over 29 years of university teaching and 34 years of research experience. His career exemplifies a deep understanding of research, academic administration, and student development in Indian higher education. Before his current role, he served as Director IQAC and Dean Research at Central University of Haryana. As a professor of chemistry at Kurukshetra University, he served the university for more than 25 years, also holding positions as Dean Research and Development and Dean Students Welfare, where he fostered a vibrant research ecosystem and promoted holistic education. Professor Sharma's extensive involvement in higher education governance across Haryana and beyond, including serving on executive councils, academic councils of several prominent universities, has given him profound insights into policy making and strategic decision making in shaping university direction. His international experience provides a unique lens through which to view the development of higher education system in India. As a Fulbright scholar in residence and visiting professor at Wesleyan University, Connecticut, USA during 2023 to 24, he gained further exposure to innovative pedagogical practices and campus development strategies in American higher education system. His participation in Fulbright Nehru International Education Administrators Award in 2019 enabled him to visit 17 distinguished US universities, including institutions in Chicago, Philadelphia, New York, further broadening his perspective on higher education administration. As prolific researcher, Professor Sharma has authored more than 164 research publications in international journals, besides holding several patents. His research impact is evidenced by more than 4,100 citations with H-index 38 and ITEN index of 101. His nucleic acid, his research collaborations span the globe, including a long-standing partnership with Nucleic Acid Center in Denmark, visiting the institution annually from 2007 to 2016 and holding positions as visiting professor and guest researcher. These experiences have provided him the global benchmark for excellence in research and education. His contributions have recognized with numerous prestigious awards, including the Srinivasa Ramanujan Birth Centenary Award, Gold Medal by the Indian Science Congress Association, the Bronze Medal by the Chemical Research Society of India, and the National Academy by the Indian Chemical Society, affirming his commitment to scientific advancement and his significant contributions to this field. Beyond academia, Professor Sharma is deeply committed to community service and science popularization. As program coordinator for Youth Red Cross, he organized numerous awareness rallies, blood donation camps, health checkup camps, besides helping university initiatives to adapt and develop villages that earned him the Youth Red Cross Award from the Governor of Haryana. He strives to increase the societal impact of scientific work by explaining complex concepts in simple terms, relating them to everyday concerns. Notably, Professor Sharma is the first scientist from Haryana to participate as member scientist in the 21st Indian Scientific Expedition to Antarctica, demonstrating his commitment to scientific exploration and environmental awareness. His multifaceted career and global perspective continue to shape his contributions to higher education, research and community development in India. So let's all welcome Professor Pawan Kumar sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vidyalata, for an exceptionally long introduction. I think that the only introduction that suffices to a teacher is that one is a passionate teacher or a passionate researcher. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Tankeshwar Kumar, our guest, as we say, the Atithi Devo Bhav, Dr. Antonio Rapsu, Registrar Professor Sunil, Coordinator Dr. Tejpal, other faculty members, participants in-house and out from outside, and my dear students. Let me admit that I'm not an expert on food, nutrition, or innovations in food and nutrition. But as a professor, I definitely have my own personal, very strong views how we view food and nutrition. So if something what I say, if it doesn't gel with what you have been talking about it, so please excuse me as an innocent adventurer venturing into this area. You see, when I read this topic, food security, nutrition, and innovations, many things come to my mind. First thing is the food security, which is very essential because we have seen those days when our Prime Minister had to say that we should, each one of us can have a fast for one day so that the equitable food should reach each and every one. That was the time when we imported grains from the US, and there are many theories and stories about it. But today we are proudly, when it comes to food security, we can say that not only we are sufficient, but we are also helping many countries in the time of like famine or in the time of calamities. But when we say food, nutrition, and innovations, then the first thought that come to my mind is that in those innovations, what we are talking today, are we trying to reinvent the wheel? That's the broader question that I want to bring in front of this audience. Again, admitting fully well that I am not an expert on it. So something if I say which doesn't fit very well in your domain, you can think over it, and if you don't like, just kick it out of your you see discourse. You see, when I talk about the traditional knowledge, what we usually say, especially I'm saying to Professor Dr. Antonio, what we call as the Sanatani ecosystem, that is the Sanatani thought. Sanatani means the eternal thought. The traditional system does not recognize food as a fuel, which is the modern concept, that food as a fuel. Many times I see like people counting on calories, that this much from you see the has to be from carbs, this much has to be from proteins. Even my own son whole day would be doing 2200 calories, and this many from the protein and these many from the carbs. But I think that the Sanatani system talks about not food as a fuel, but food as a prasadam. Now when I say prasadam, that means a sacred offering. When I say sacred offering, it doesn't have any religious connotations. It doesn't have anything to do with a particular religion. But it only says that it is a sacred offering, so we should use it with caution. Caution means not even a single grain should be wasted. I can say it in other words, that the Sanatani system says that food is for the need, means we should consume food as per the need, not as per the affordability, which is the modern concept. That okay, I want 200 grams, I may order 800 grams, and the rest 600 gram goes down the drain. So that just to bring it to the common man that no, this is not to be wasted. So it was said that the food is a prasadam, so it is a sacred offering. So you take it with reverence, you take it with you see with respect. So treat food and food grain with respect. So that is the main motto. And second thing is that our system was beyond sustainable farming. It was, in spite of sustainable farming, it was about regenerative farming. That is the backward integration of everything, whatever is required in the field. So there is a complete ecosystem that everything, as Professor Sunil was talking about, using you see the fertilizers and other chemicals. So rather than using that we were dealing with the Panchgavya system. So that means whatever you need for a better crop, that is being produced in your own you see the cattle shed, and means that is the just backward integration of the whole system. And that is the main innovation that we nowadays we talk about, that we should not use the chemicals so that our grain and our food should not be poisoned. So it is in one simple shlok, it is said that yat pinde tat brahmande. Now that's a shlok from one of our epics, but it simply means that as is the microcosm, so is the macrocosm. So that means microcosm and macrocosm are identical in the sense that the health of a human being depends upon the health of the universe. That was the eternal concept that led to the regenerative farming. And that is what we are talking today, that the human health is directly linked to the health of the universe. So that means one of the innovations which I think that we should go for is the same system, that instead of course, sustainable farming is the need of the hour, but I'm saying we should look beyond sustainable farming and we should talk about like regenerative farming. What in the beginning Professor Vidyalata said, that the health of the soil, health of the water. So everything comes in that one simple quote, Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande. Second, the last thing, I have been given 5 minutes. I don't want to overshoot. Usually I overshoot my time. I don't want to do it today. Lastly, I would say that the World Food Day right now, just they said that it is this time, it is hand in hand for better foods and a better future. Now, if we look at the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, if we look at the Atithi Devo Bhava, that means every Atithi, that is every guest, is sent by God. Now here again the God, you can say, sent by the universe, sent by the system. Now that gives you a feeling of the community meal. That gives you a feeling of the sharing of the food. Now that community granaries existed even in some remote areas in the hills. Community granaries might be existing even today. So the purpose of community granaries was only to build that ecosystem, that the food and the food grain should be shared, and that was for the purpose of to preventing hunger, shooing away hunger. And even the Vasco da Gama, when he came in 1498 to India, his travelogue, which is very well preserved in the archives in I think in Lisbon archives itself, he has written very beautifully. At one place he writes that the voyagers, that is the people who he brought with him, if they suffered from any hunger, it was only on the sea, on the high sea, and never once they were on the land in India, that is in Bharat. And he has described very beautifully that it was so rich in spices, and you see the spices, they come only after once our tummy is full, our stomach is full, and everyone has enough to eat. Because it is normal that when people are dying of hunger, they don't talk about spices. They only talk about, well, you see, the only spice they talk about is salt. And sometimes you know that that is also in deficiency. So I would say that ritualized meal sharing to prevent hunger, instead of sustainable, going for regenerative farming, that is the kind of system that we followed, and I think that that is the innovation which we may be talking about today. So I think that it is nice that we talk about the advancements in the field, but I think that we should not lose sight of what we have very well documented, but you can say a link from that ancient or traditional heritage that broke. So I'm saying that if we do a hand holding of what is available or what was available and what kind of innovations we are talking about, I think that we can build a better society. We can have better innovations for everyone, and the food security for everyone, because food security in today's time definitely is linked to national security and sovereignty of any country. We have many examples related to that. So that's all I would like to just convey. I would like to say today, and I congratulate the department for the wonderful program and inviting. I had the fortune of meeting Dr. Antonio 2 or 3 times, but we didn't sit together for a longer conversation. So I hope that you had a comfortable stay and enjoyed at least some of our food. So, and we assume that this is maybe your first visit, but may not be your last visit. So you have an open invitation with the permission of our Vice Chancellor. You have an open invitation to be at the CUH again. So thank you one and all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your encouraging and thoughtful words. Now it's time to hear from the visionary leading of university towards excellence. I request Professor Kanti Prakash Sharma to kindly introduce our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, to the gathering. Over to you, sir.
So I was present at the inaugural session. So you know, so I am very satisfactory observing that you are still ready to listen. Is it true or wrong? Huh? True? No, it's not true. They have spent 10 days here and they are getting it, from the morning, and now they want to go home, right? Yeah. So, but anyway, I know that when I came for the first day, maybe I have said something about the topic, right? Maybe something which I gave it to you was something not known to you, right? But I expect that during the 10 days, and we have so many learned speaker, you met with, so you must have learned more than me, right? Obviously. So I need not speak on the topic at least, right? But we are to really contribute. We are really to contribute to this society, this nation, this world through our, whatever I feel, I see is the innovation word is there, right? So what innovation is related to creativity. So I will say that we have to contribute towards our creativity, positive creativities, right? So that is the one lesson is always true for everyone, right? And I was just worrying that you said that Amanji also said that the word innovation is there. I was just recalling few days back, somebody got the Nobel Prize in economics. Yeah. It was basically regarding the constructive destruction. Right? We produce something, then we destruct it, but we replace it by something else. Right? The replacement is through the new product. Right? And that is the thing basically govern the economy of any country or the world even, right? So you have to, the growth. The growth will be there when you have the constructive destruction, or I'll directly put it, when you have the new things coming up, innovation is there, right? The one small innovation which you have in your pocket, is everyone is having, right? That is mobile. So innovation is key. So, but I'm really worried about, what kind of innovation in there in food. It may be the reverse one. Right? It may be the reverse one. We have to improve our production to see that everyone get it, but later on we realized maybe the fertilizers which we are using are not good enough, not good for health, not good for the food even. So we have to change, right? So looking at that, we have to really, we have to maybe require the new words that what could be the innovation in the food technology so that you have the better health and still you can provide it to the all of us, right? So that is the way I look at, maybe you are the future problem. You have to really look into that, whether we can have uh, what you look at essentially is the fertilizers which are basically based on plants, right? Right, which are based on the life, right, rather than the chemicals, right, which can provide the equal yield and so on, right? Biofertilizers, right? We have universities also working on that, right? So we have to really see that how we can take it as what we look at is through the related to the economy, and we can still do it for all and still do it for with the better health, right? So all the things are you have to make it combination. So that itself will again, I know it will be innovative, and when you become the innovative, you have to buy to something. That is what you look at the creative destruction, and that is the new thing will come up. So all the new things will come to you through the innovation. So I hope that the 10 days, the spent here as a learner, you will be using it for your whole of the life, and because the learning which you have as a experiential learning is remains with you. So with these words, I am really thankful to our foreign faculty, Dr. Antonio Reposo from Portugal, who has really spent here 10 days. And looking at his face, I am satisfied that you have given a good time to him. Yeah, because we just met once in between, and my question was whether my students or the participants are, some asking some queries or not. He said it is comparison to his own universities, it is much more. So we find that we are our students are questioning, and so that is what I see is very very important. That if the students start questioning, that means the learning is there. We have we will be start thinking new things. Okay, so I am really thankful to him, and obviously I am thankful to my colleagues here, and especially uh, Tejpal Devaji, who is the coordinator of this program, and obviously our GIAN coordinator and all of the department who has worked, all the members who has worked with this full yield so that they can, make this program a success, and our dean and dean of the faculty, dean of the school. So all those members, deserve a big congratulations, along with all the participants, those who are completing it today, as this as a GIAN program certified participant. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and visionary words. Your words today truly reminded us of the saying, Vidya Dhanam Sarva Pradhanam, means knowledge is the greatest wealth of all. Now comes the much awaited moment, the distribution of certificates to our GIAN participant. Each certificate is not just a document but a reflection of 10 days of learning, curiosity, and dedication. To do the honors, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Tankeshwar Kumar, along with our dignitaries present on the stage to kindly distribute the certificates to the participants. Dear participants, as I announce your name, please come forward to receive your certificates. Ms. Muskan Sharma, Mr. Gopal Sharma, Ms. Dilshida, Mr. Satbir Singh, Ms. Priyanka Raika, Ms. Sarita, Ms. Ronak Bhardwaj, Mr. Anand, Ms. Srishti, Mr. Utsav Sharma, Ms. Savita, Mr. Akhilesh Meena, Ms. Aksha, Ms. Samra Fatma Malik, Ms. Tushti Rastogi, Ms. Preeti, Mr. Yogi Chaudhary, Ms. Isha, Ms. Uma, Ms. Silky Yadav, Ms. Riya Jain, Ms. Sandra, Ms. Ashna, Ms. Ranjanandani, Mr. Prince Kumar Sonu, Mr. Vivek Kumar Verma, Ms. Shivani Yadav, Ms. Aparna Kumari, Ms. Sugandhi, Ms. Anita, Ms. Rajbala Verma, Mr. Bhogesh Kumar, Ms. Shivani Singh, Ms. Pooja, Ms. Bijayini Bihari, Ms. Sanjana, Ms. Priya Kumari, Ms. Arpita Kumari, Ms. Yuvika Agarwal, Ms. Nishu, Ms. Manasvi Seni, Miss Sapna Yadav, Miss Ayushi Verma, Miss Sonia Bhuria, Miss Gitanjali Joshi, Miss Daya Patel, Miss Jyoti, Miss Shivani Jha, Miss Pooja Kumari, Miss Jaya, Miss Anusha Niyogi, Miss Anushka Dheva, Miss Akanksha Chaudhary. Thank, thank you to all our participants and volunteers for being such an integral part of this GIAN journey. Now, before we move ahead, we take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to the mentors, coordinators, and faculty members whose constant guidance, support, and leadership made this entire program a resounding success. I first request Dr. Tejpal Deva. I first request our Vice Chancellor and the other dignitaries to kindly present the award of appreciation to Dr. Tejpal Deva, course coordinator of this GIAN program. Now I request all the dignitaries to kindly present a token of gratitude to Dr. Rupesh Deshmukh for being the national speaker in our GIAN program. For the further proceedings, I would request Chinmay to take over.
Thank you, Akanksha. Starting off with the Nutrition Month related prize distribution, firstly, I would like to ask the dignitaries to please felicitate the two conveners of the National Nutrition Month, Dr. Vidyulata Reddy and Dr. Savita Budhwar, please. Starting off with the also, I'd like to invite the head of the department, Professor Umesh Kumar sir. Please come for being felicitated as a part of being the chairperson for the National Nutrition Month 2025. Starting off with the prize distribution, there were three main events: banner competition, poster competition, and quiz competition, which were conducted. So, starting off with the banner competition, the first prize goes to Miss Arpita, Miss Priyanka, Miss Anusha Neogi, and Mr. Gopal for their banner on the topic Personalized Nutrition, One Diet Doesn't Fit All. The second prize goes to Miss Srishti Shikha, Miss Simran, Miss Shivani Singh, and Miss Bijayani Bihari for the topic the double burden, obesity and malnutrition. The third prize goes to Miss Jaya Yadav, Miss Sanjana, Miss Ayushi, and Mr. Bhogesh Kumar for the topic traditional diets in modern nutrition science. Starting off with the post